Hello. Hopefully everything is working fine because I was having some issues with OBS connecting to Twitch or something, but it seems to be going. This Yu-Gi-Oh game music is brought to you by Mheg showing up in the story recently. And also the PlayStation 1 Yu-Gi-Oh music, or Yu-Gi-Oh game having pretty good music. So yeah. It has almost nothing to do with anything, except for Mheg, I guess. All that said. Hello. I forgot to donate to the Dohn Enclave last time.
Thank you, Yuri Anger, for the Yu-Gi-Oh music. It is time to duel.
It is time to duel. Or not really, because it's actually time to donate to reconstruction efforts. But, you know. Speaking of dueling, I do have a new power. Because I thought it would be funny and maybe useful. So if anyone ever starts to say spoilers or anything of that nature, I'm ready for them. So be careful. Anyway.
Correction, it is time to donate to the reconstruction of the Dohn Enclave.
Correct. Hopefully all the volumes and everything are fine. But anyway. So it turns out that if you have your retainers doing free exploration missions, you get a bajillion Allegan silver pieces. Which I'm going to need to split, so I don't donate all of them. This seems very useful for the Dohn Enclave specifically. Okay, that's actually... Wait. That's worth a lot more than I expected it to be. I forgot about the gratuity and the rate and whatnot. Okay, hold on. So... I guess the rate is up right now? I don't entirely know how this works, honestly. What if I just... Very close on that one. That'll work. On behalf of the Shazenkai Sucro, I thank you for your support. Nod. I am pleased to inform you that we've made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Owing to your many contributions, the yard has seen further development. Part 2. On behalf of the Shazenkai Sucro, I thank you for your support. Nod. I'm pleased to inform you that we've made great strides, etc. Okay, so it's definitely starting to take more donations to make more progress here. Things are not progressing as quickly as they were before. That's what I expected. I just wasn't sure when that began happening. Is this song getting more parts to the music? Neat. All of those instruments were not there a second ago. On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sukro, I thank you for your support. Greeting. In case you were unaware, Master Tsurunuki's section of the yard is finally complete. The carpenters and metalworkers are now capable of producing all manner of products for the people of Doma. That racket you might be able to hear is them, already working up a storm. My accounts would not do it justice, though. Would you like to go and see? Nod. Warrior of legend, hold a moment. Duty calls. The kettles, man, the kettles. The ones from yesterday with mangled handles and twisted spouts. Kawanami's lot? We saw to it already. Should be out front. Have you seen a pack of knife blades, by the way? 7 just sharpened. I can't seem to find them anywhere. Never mind the blades. I had the boy take them to be fitted for handles. Start on the cauldrons, but leave the big one for me. A maelstrom of chaos, and at the heart of it, Master Tsurunuki, I presume. Nod. Chaos indeed. Such a discordant racket of hammering and angry shouting as can be heard all the way down the docks. Down on the docks. Ah, the chorus of hard-working men going about their business as they should. What of it? Come to complain about the noise, have you? Incorrigible. Utterly incorrigible. Even after I allowed resources to be diverted to your projects. Wahaha! The greater need was ours. A bitter loser you are. Oh yeah, and hello and welcome, everyone. Such pride and passion. Is your competition so all-consuming? My love for Doma is all-consuming. What we do for her. 100 pots, 1,000 hammers. Tools we craft to put in our countrymen's hands. Without the bucket to haul water or the hoe to till the soil, what is a field but dirt? What is a man without the means to better his lot? Thinking. Then forge for me a paper knife. A knife of surpassing sharpness which will pass through 500, nay, 1,000 sheets of paper cleanly in a single stroke. Wahaha! Consider it done. You'll have your knife before your next batch of kozo is finished cooking. I think they may have come to an understanding? Questioning head tilt. In any event, we need only finish the paper mill. I pray the Shazenkai can continue to count on you for your support. Or count on you for support. Construction of the yard is proceeding apace since Tsurunuki and Araragi have come to an understanding, or something to that effect. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Let's see if that's all of the events for this time. I suspect it would be. I ran past the Shazenkai. Yep. That's all for this time. And now, back to the realm of the Fey folk. So last time, in the Shadowbringers story proper, a lot happened. Sukro took a nap, and then Yulmore was like, hey! Did you kill the Light Warden? We kind of wish that you didn't. It's time for war. And the Crystal Exarch was like, yeah, alright. Fight me. And we met General Ranjit of the Yulmoran army. We met up with Thancred. We were introduced to someone named Minfilia, who's the Oracle of Light. Not the Minfilia we know, but evidently someone who carries her legacy in some way. We learned about the Oracle of Light and what Oracles of Light have done in history. We escaped. We rescued the Oracle of Light from Yulmore and escaped General Ranjit by running into the Fey Zone, Mheg. And then we started dealing with pranks. In so doing, we also met up with Urianger, who has been living here for a long time, which is quite something to have managed to do. Evidently, he agreed to a riddle contest for 7 days and nights without sleep in order to get a house here. So Urianger is quite powerful. Alize and Alphino are here entertaining the Fae while we go speak with Urianger. And most importantly of all, I got distracted by the mountain of crates in Urianger's house, jumping on them and sitting in them and using G-pose while sitting in a box for literally 20 minutes at the end of the last stream. So Sucro's not the only one here who is a cat, if we needed any proof of that. But anyway, Mheg. We need to go back to Urianger's house and actually speak to him instead of jumping around on crates. Like, speak to him more, I should say. Oh, also, I should set my status to busy so I don't get random free company invites. Oh, there's also a new feature you might be noticing that was added in the patch that I remembered to switch on, which is that you can have people's jobs displayed next to their names. So you can see right now, Sucro is a paladin, which you may have been aware of already. There's also a feature to make people's names display in the color of their role in like dungeons and whatnot. So Sucro's name would be the tank shade of blue, and then other people would be red or green. And you can adjust the colors that there are. Like, you can adjust which colors are shown for that. But basically you can have colors that show what role people have. I like how the flower petals like get kicked up into the air as you run through some of this terrain. There are indeed a lot of bugs and butterflies and whatnot. Like over here we've got Killer Bee. And we've seen multiple butterflies and whatnot over there. What do you want, exuberant pixie? Delightful decorations. Oh, you're Urianger's friend, aren't you? Will you not lend me a hand? Nod. You see, Urianger's home is drab and dull, and I have a mind to decorate it, make it bright and beautiful. If you were to help out, it'd make it all the more special. First of all, we need some whirlweeds, a pretty little plant that grows in the water. We usually trade with the Fwoth for it, but seeing as you can swim, you can harvest some for us. You should be able to find the weed in the lake where there's a sunken church. While you take care of this, I'll go and pick us lots and lots of beautiful flowers. Afterwards, let's meet back here for the decorating. See you soon. Existential pixie. You know, it was mentioned last time how this is a reflection of Ishgard, mostly due to like where it's located geographically. And I was a little skeptical of that. But something about like, oh yeah, there's just a sunken church. And also like, really the architecture of this castle also feels Ishgard adjacent. There's no other architecture close to this, really, like in Eorzea, or like other nearby lands. Yeah, Verbert, I guess. Yeah, like the style of the armor of... Am I actually able to dive here? Yes, I am. Okay, the style of the, like, the Verbert armor and stuff that we haven't actually seen yet, really, does resemble, like, an Ishgardian style to some degree. You know, I know the Whirlwheat... Okay, I should grab the Whirlwheat first, but I want to look around underwater for a second. I'm sure we'll be looking around underwater more for other reasons at some point. But I think it's really neat that there's like a sunken underwater like church and surrounding village here. This is very cool. I think there might be like a vista or something around here too. That makes sense. I think we talked about that a little bit when we were there. Aha. You can go inside of the church a little bit. I don't think we mentioned what Lakeland was a reflection of, but yeah, that makes sense because the Crystal Tower is there. And I think we did mention Calusia is Vilbrand. I wasn't too sure about that at first either, but it makes sense too. How's the server doing? Maybe okay. Ha. Yeah. Now, some of the specific architecture down here, like in this section of it, looks a lot less Ishgardian adjacent to me. Like, if you look at the church and the homes over there, and then you look at like all of these buildings, they almost look like two entirely separate sets of buildings. Perhaps built at different times or by entirely different people. It's also very elaborate staircases and whatnot around here. Very interesting. I'd love to know more about Verbert. Also, this music is just really nice for exploring an underwater city, honestly. You know, I was talking about, like, in Stormblood, how I thought the areas in Stormblood were cool, or, like, pretty neat to explore. I think Mheg here is one of the first areas I can think of where there's just, like, a really interesting set piece that's only sort of relevant to anything. Like, there were a few interesting mystery set pieces in Stormblood here and there that were only sort of relevant, like the big boat that was on the rock, the Ark. But, like, something about this big underwater city that is only sort of relevant to anything just really stands out as, like, they put a lot of effort into the Shadowbringers areas. And, like, they're just gradually getting better at area design over time. Not to say that they were bad at area design before. Oh, I was supposed to get more whirlweeds. But it shows that as the game continues, it gets even better. But that's just my opinion. In this case, lost in a more like... I guess the flood of light caused like a regular flood. To some degree. And I say this whole sunken city is barely relevant, but there is an ether current quest that sends you directly into it. I feel like the ether current quests in Shadowbringers so far have been doing a really good job of like pointing you towards interesting pieces of world building and lore and stuff, and like establishing stuff about the setting. Where I think some of I think the ether currents in Stormblood felt a little bit more arbitrary. Like a lot of the ether current quests in Stormblood, like there were some of them that were very relevant, like, hey, this is where you learn what Black Rose is. But I think there were a number of them that were like, they were establishing what it was like for people to be in the middle of this war and to be like living in a place where they've been under the Empire's rule for so long and whatnot. But I don't know, they didn't feel quite... Maybe it's just that maybe I'm just not as impacted by war story as I am by like the story of Shadowbringers, but some of them I think felt a little bit more arbitrary and less connected to everything. Maybe I'm misremembering, maybe I'm a little biased against Stormblood instead. My memory is not great. I feel like I might... Maybe they were more relevant than I remember. I don't know, but there you are. Did you manage to find the whirlweeds? Point is, they're good now in Shadowbringers. At least. A species of vine that boasts beautiful spirals, curls, and, of course, whirls. Oh, look at these lovelies. I'll enchant these at once, make it so that they can grow outside the water, then plant them here and there. Meanwhile, I want you to decorate with these snug blooms. As to where they should go, yes, the stairs. There's a dull spot that's ripe for some cheer. Or that's a dull spot that's ripe for some cheer. When you finish, come and let me know. When I saw that cat girl stealing books last time, they were probably actually just decorating Urianger's house. This pink flower, sequestered within this small pouch, exudes a mysterious sense of snugness. Sorry if it sounded like I was complaining over much about Stormblood, by the way. We are not in Stormblood right now. We are in Shadowbringers. I didn't notice this wall scroll before. I wonder what that's depicting. I felt like I was comparing things in a way that might be unfair or untrue because I don't have a perfect enough memory to know. I could do that. But it didn't look like the texture was like super detailed. Tee-hee-hee, marvelous. This is sure to put a smile on Urianger's scowly face. And then he'll want to stay here forever and ever and ever. You're welcome to stay too, of course. There's plenty of room for you and all your friends. Okay, so the continuation of the Ether Current quest involves pranking Urianger's books, which is what the other person that we saw last time was doing. Zooming in on this with G-pose seems like a reasonable idea. The thing is that this doesn't make it super clear what it is in any way. But it does look like something interesting. It is not clear to me what this could possibly represent. It is wheel-shaped, though. Alright. Rather than pranking Urianger more, I think... Oh. The flowers have actually been removed. I thought they might stay there. I presume Urianger just immediately got rid of them. Rather than pranking Urianger more... An Ocuria? I don't know what that is. Rather than pranking Urianger more, let's continue the story. We will be much bolstered for Urianger's company. My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there is a question I would pose to thee. Why didst thou put flowers on my staircase 1 moment ago? What thinkest thou of mine appearance? Did you take up astrology? Did you lose weight? Or I didn't recognize you at first. We've seen Urianger without the hood and goggles and whatnot, so he's recognizable. The most notable thing is that he's an astrologian now, probably. Did you lose weight is a silly question to ask. For several reasons. I guess, like, his robes do look a little bit bulkier. Or, I mean, like, his old robes looked a little bit bulkier, is what I meant. But also, like, just knowing that player models don't have any options related to their weight makes that feel like a silly question to me. And also, weight doesn't matter that much. Oh, that's also fair, I guess. I don't think anything serious is meant by this option, but it's not the sort of thing I would say to someone. And I think Sucro would notice the astrology. Did you take up astrology? Indeed, though the night be lost, behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not but that the stars shine still. Actually, now that Urianger says this, it is kind of funny to take up astrology when you can barely see the stars at all. But it's also very, like, it's a very bold choice, or like it's a powerful, like, metaphor, I guess, like what he's saying here exactly. Like, even though it looks like there's everlasting light, we can still bring back the night. The night is still there. Hope is not lost, etc. Urianger does seem like the kind of person who would put that sort of thought into this. Like, he's also the sort of person who would want to study the stars, but I feel like some degree of it is representing that hope is not lost, probably. I have chosen to avail myself of their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. Also, it is relevant to him having a vision, because it's a little bit fortune-tellery. For a blessing, my prior studies of astrology did provide me with adequate grounding in the art. But enough of myself, let us now speak of our task. As I did mention, we are to enter Ligia. If we are to enter Ligia, I think they said that last time, but I forgot how to pronounce it. We must needs gain the pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that shall please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavor. Thancred shrug. Meanwhile, Sucro, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a violkin known for its beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. Time to go catch a Pokemon. A funny bug. Success, although I am poisoned. Imagine a Pokemon game where the regular encounter music sounded like the Shadowbringers encounter music. That would be an interesting mood for a Pokemon game to have. Or any sort of monster capturing game in general. Thou art returned. Wert thou able to capture a hawker? Even without the box's enchantment to hold it in place, the creature has no more fight left in it. Cube. Ah, a truly magnificent set of wings. I shall treat them at once to make fast their vibrant colors. Thancred too should return anon, upon which I shall ready all the items for presentation. Pray take thine ease meanwhile. And then Sucro sat in a box for another 20 minutes.
"'Tis done. The pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget.
Auracite?
White auracite, newly forged for thy use.
Prepared it well in advance this time, huh?
Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary. Our eternal enemies.
Okay, it's really... I know we've used it several times before in the story, but it seems really rare in storytelling in general for something like this to be prepared so far in advance. So major props to Urianger for this White Cherry Jolly Rancher. You see, Ascians hate Jolly Ranchers because they hate being jolly.
Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
Oh, he was here specifically so he could make the Auracite faster. That makes a lot of sense. Ah, he's been here for 3 years, huh? Dang, Urianger's really planning ahead this time. Good job, Urianger.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
I did as you asked.
Thancred
That's
asked
my girl, thank you.
Thancred asked Minfilia to charge some charges for him last time. Patting her on the head. Thancred is learning how to...
I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me. Which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether.
Shadowbringers is partially about Thancred learning to be a dad, effectively. I mean, effectively as in that's what it's effectively about, but it's also about Thancred learning to improve his effectiveness as a dad, maybe. Or something like that. Currently, Thancred is being a little rude to his, like, basically adopted daughter. And he needs to stop being rude. But anyway.
I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Urianger, meanwhile, is I guess Minfilia's cool uncle, who lets her take all the books. Hell yeah, Urianger.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire.
She's so happy. Sucro has been immediately endeared to Minfilia due to Minfilia's apparent love for books.
Hast thou spoken to her of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Time for Sucro to become a cool... aunt? Godparent? I don't know how things work. Sucro also wants permission to take books, that's true. Thancred, you have no idea how many books I can carry. There is no limit to my power. The old Minfilia wasn't really his daughter.
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any.
I don't think. I think the old Minfilia was closer to Thancred in age. By a lot, probably. I don't quite remember. But he was very protective of her in a similar way.
As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. It was there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Yeah, okay. They're very close in age, so it was a slightly different... It was okay, more than slightly different sort of interaction, I would say. Fairly different. Yeah. Similar protectiveness, but now he needs to learn to, like, be more of a dad about it, because it's more of a dad situation. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to describe everything. Oh. Okay, Thancred, you can stop explaining things. I'll just see it in my brain instead. Ha, like a reflection.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
Oh.
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel.
I forgot that Minfilia actually spoke through Minfilia in this way.
One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
I forgot about the plot point of Minfilia doesn't really like doing this. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
Unfortunately, Thancred, I don't think that's
It is not
possible.
their decision to make.
And that is also true.
It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred.
Remember 1.0? That was 1.0.
Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me.
Okay, so this is why Thancred is rude and grumpy towards this Minfilia. He's not yet accepted that this Minfilia is her own person. And not just... He's still stuck thinking about the old Minfilia and wanting her to return. And he probably feels like this girl is just in the way of seeing Minfilia again, in a way.
There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it.
Do you think Thancred kept explaining this while Sucro was having the vision, or just like skipped to the end of the vision? I guess he probably explained it at the same time, because that's the only reasonable way he would end up at the same place in the story.
I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
I bet they have established protocol for what to do when you're explaining something to someone and then the Echo starts explaining it to them for you. It's like, well, just continue as usual, I guess. How do you want this to end? Or ... I'm gonna say ... I find myself picking that option a lot. Also, has Thancred always had the Archon mark on both sides of his neck? Probably yes, but I didn't really think about it until now. I thought it was on one side of the neck,
With the coming
instead
of
of
another
both.
possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate.
That's me!
The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
Oh really? Does it? It covers up that part of his neck? Huh. Hey, those are pretty big apples over there.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
What book did you get? What book is it? What book is it?
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Lida Loran.
Sucro excitedly bouncing on her toes. What book is it? Lida Loran is... Oh no. Not War and Peace. Do they know what peace is in Norvrent? Yulmore would argue that they do. But Yulmore also has the largest military. What does this say about society? Ah, you live in a society, I see. Is the sort of argument that I'm making there. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just saying words. Yulmore is bad. I think we can agree on that much. God, Wheel of Crime. Shoutouts to me for making the pun Wheel of Crime in a vote adventure at some point in the past. I guess. That's true. They are fighting all the time. War and more war. Perhaps the Yulmoran propaganda book, Wardens and Peace, could be something, actually. I hope she didn't choose that one. Minfilia, what book did you get? I dare not ask what happened in our absence. When you have a moment, be sure to show your appreciation to the twins. They've endured a great deal on our behalf. You couldn't have returned at a better time. The Pixies had just decided that it would be amusing to have Alize and I exchange outfits. Oh no. The Pixies are a reflection of Alphino and Alize's parents. They weren't the Sylphs. They were Alphino and Alize's parents this whole time. Ah, thank the gods you arrived when you did. Any later, and I don't think I would have been able to live it down. I did, actually. As much as I should like to savor the reunion with Master Alphino and Mistress Alize, it must wait. I've taken the liberty of presenting our gifts unto the Pixies. Let us see how well they are received. We weren't expecting you all back so soon. We had scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey and biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest we've ever seen. You've done us a great kindness, and it's Fey custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it. Well, apparently I desire 3 Nightworld silver pieces. Thanks. That's all. Time to leave. No, just kidding. Full glad am I to see that our gifts were gratefully accepted. Confident though I was in our choice, there is no accounting for mood. Anyone else have anything else to say? The key to the castle. And a picture of an interesting environment. So, what is it that you desire? Rusty old coins like you mortals are wont to collect, perhaps? No, you already gave me some of those, it's fine. Shake head. We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To that end, we desire entry to Lia Gia. I don't know how to say that still. What a strange thing to wish for. You might as well ask for your death. But if that is what you want, who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others. You've clearly been busy, Urianger. Would you be so kind as to tell us what we've missed? Explaining. So that was the purpose of the gifts. By the way, in the continuing tradition of Sucro's outfit seeming to fit in perfectly with the rest of the Shadowbringers' aesthetic and outfits and whatnot, Urianger's outfit is also very, like, black and gold and a little bit of red. So I feel like Urianger's outfit also sort of matches Sucro's in some ways. Is there anything you can tell us about this Light Warden? Aye, my lady. By circumstances most tragic, the Light Warden of this land is our king and ruler, Titania. It was not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened our home, you see. Fought it and won. But all of the horrible light that came out went and corrupted them, turning them into a new Light Warden. Now their king only in name, not remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal them in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we divided into 4 and wove each into a different relic to be kept apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years, but we've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, custom demands it. Though you're most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we should at least let you try. That way we get to watch what happens. Of course, you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics too. The shell crown is with the Fwath, the stone scepter is with the new Mo, and the crystal shoes are with the Amaro. Good luck finding them all. Nod. Numo, that's right. Is that how you say it? Numo? I think it is. The facts thus disclosed confirm mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. Hello, welcome. We have just been given the dress and instructed to collect the 3 other artifacts to unseal Titania's castle. And yeah, they left the shoes with the birds. Very interesting that the Amaro are counted among the Fae entrusted with artifacts. Thus far, we've only seen the Amaro as an equivalent to chocobos, though we have learned that they have personalities, they're intelligent to some degree, and whatnot. But really, like I said last time, that is the case for all animals, honestly. But we didn't know how much more they could be. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us hie to the lake, there to claim the shell crown from the Fwath. If we call to them before the untouchable gate, they will answer. I always thought it was Fouth, but the U is before the A, so is it Fwath? I'm sure a bird could wear shoes if they wanted to. You're still here? I thought you were off to round up the relics to break the seal of Erlaigia. I will say that differently every time. Hello, Ixion, casually passing by. Huath? The path to popularity. An unrelated side quest that seems to be part of a chain. Huath. Okay. There's talk that an interesting mortal has come to Mheg, Sucro Funk or some such. It's you, isn't it? Don't even think to deny it. That's right, it's me, I'm a cat. Gasp. I'm Ulthon, and it's my dream to become the most popular fairy of all. Why? Because everyone would fawn over me, and that would be really fun. Now, by way of an achievable first step, I'm aiming to become the darling of Little Loran. But everyone is so caught up with their flower smelling and their mischief making, they don't even spare me a glance. You travel to and fro, so you must know much and more about this and that. Tell me, what must I do to become popular? Well, first we're going to have to explain the algorithm, Ulthon. Become the cleverest, fairest, or strongest. None of these are the algorithm. I like this idea that everyone is given an item that they can't accidentally wear. I feel like... I think strongest would really stand out among pixies, but also cleverest would be most likely to be the most recognized among the pixies that we've met so far. Whereas, like, fairest doesn't seem terribly of interest to them in general, from what I have learned thus far. This is not a choice that is as complicated as I'm making it. Become the cleverest pixie of all. The cleverest? I think I know how I can do that. I just need to read lots of books, right? Sucro is like internally screaming, yes, 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 books! This was the best, this was the most Sucro answer after all. Oh, if they did take fairest as like most fair and like least unfair, in the other sense of fair, that would be funny. It just so happens that there are lots of books in Urianger's home, a place called the Bookman Shelves. Right, I'm going there at once and you're coming too. I can't read your strange mortal writing, so I need you to do it for me. Yes, Sucro has an excuse to read books. That makes me wonder if that choice actually did like significantly change how this quest plays out. Or if the pixie just like, all right, time to go read a book about how to be strong, I guess. I don't know to who you refer, Jendra. I think Sucro would still appreciate picture books. We've seen 2 picture books so far, or like very illustrated books. I do not know that one. Oh wait, I'm going in the correct way, but which is also the wrong way. Okay, maybe this was what that other cat girl was doing when it looked like she was stealing books. It could be anything. I know nothing about that show. I know nothing about either of those. There are many anime and manga in this world, and many isekais. I know nothing about most of them. It's highly likely that the majority of anime would probably be something I didn't care much for. Just because I know, because of all those sort of like popular themes and tropes and whatnot that I hear about. Ah, I see. Wait, they actually do get crushed by a bookshelf? How many isekai are there where, like, they don't get, like, brutally killed, and they just sort of, like, it just sort of happens? How many like, what is the ratio of isekai where you have to get destroyed in order to get to another world versus isekai where you just sort of end up there? Actually, I guess Shadowbringers is kind of an isekai. We pixies don't much like being here. Too dusty and musty and close. So quickly, pick out some books and read them to me. I love reading books.
To the stars. Like, comment, subscribe. A mind consumed with chagrin. Robotic Shogun.
Destroy!
Not only in honor of Isekai, but also in honor of making this pixie an influencer. Okay, there's a good number of extra-dimensional kidnapping ones. Like, a lot of them involve death transporting you to another world, but some of those deaths have to just be like, died in your sleep, instead of hit by large object of killing you. Damn it, is part of Fire Emblem Fates kind of an isekai because, like, you fall in a canyon and end up in a hidden world? Or is that not really an isekai because it's still kind of part of the same world? Like, it's both part of it and not. First week, Thunder's Day. The princess being partial to the lakefront view, it was decided that all the noble lords and ladies would set out for a picnic. Having partaken of sweets, Her Highness ventured to the water where she inspected her lip paint in the reflection. This caused the watching shepherds to remark that the princess had used the lake as her hand mirror. Oh, there's a hand mirror lake to the southwest of here. That must be how it got its name, but who would go all that way to the lake just to eat? Yet another silly thing you mortals do. What if one of these books is just a creepypasta? Good Janana's Grace was named for Her Royal Highness Princess Janana, daughter to the king 3 generations prior. In the dark of night, that mountain pass catches the light which shines forth from the castle, giving it the impression of the princess's beautiful eyes of jade. Eyes of jade? That sounds lovely. If the princess were here, I would ask her for them. That's not quite what that means. On the occasion of the 300th year of the founding of Herbert, a grand celebration was held in Grünes Licht. No expense was spared. Over the course of the festivities, guests were lavishly feasted and regaled with wondrous performances. Yet amidst all the pomp and pageantry, naught was more stirring than the recitation of the Oath of the Covenant, in honor of the alliance between Dran and Galgent, upon which the kingdom was built. Representatives of each race took to the podium. It was a sight to draw tears from all who looked on. Yeah, it seems like elves are not the primary Verbert people. Farewell, Boaster. Seems to be Aura and Ruganen. Or Dran and Galgent, rather. It was a sight to draw tears from all who looked on. Verbert, blah, what strange names you mortals have. Mheg sounds much prettier. It means the Kingdom of Rainbows. Well, I certainly learned lots of new things today, things the others don't know. I'm going to go and share it with everyone. They'll think I'm so clever I'll surely become the darling of Lena Loran. Teehee. I have no idea where this side quest line goes. I feel like I've probably never done all of this one. But also, I don't know if I want to, because I do kind of want to see the other stuff that's here in the main story, because it's cool and good. But maybe this is also cool and good, who knows? There is some kind of fate train happening, because I keep seeing people yelling about fates. Speaking of fates, I guess, but not the Fire Emblem kind. Uh-huh. This whole region is very cool, honestly. Shadowbringers is just good. Aha. Just when we thought Ulthuan was off doing their own thing as usual, they suddenly come and round us up. Mortal, I told them about the people from the past, but they weren't the least bit impressed. Well, why should we pay any mind to those who are long dead? Much more fun thinking up new riddles while sipping nectar. And yeah, fates do unlock a lot of stuff here. I do have to do a bunch of fates at some point. Speaking of which, we found this really sweet smelling flower recently. We were about to go and collect its nectar if you wanted to join us. No, I don't want to join you. I want you to admire me. Stranger and stranger, all right, suit yourself. That didn't work at all. They didn't think any better of me, but I won't give up. Not yet. I'm going to become popular. I'm going to be popular. Mark my words. Painting, huh? Perhaps we'll look more into that later. I'm not sure. Unless anyone has a really strong opinion that that side quest chain is really good and worth looking at. Because I have no idea. I forgot that the bike was called Fenrir. I was confused for a moment. But yeah, that is technically true. I don't need a mount speed increase because I have a funny bike. This game is so pay to win. Just kidding, it's not really. Untouchable gate! Teehee, I am poking the gate. This gate should have, like, no hitbox and just let you pass through it if it's so untouchable. During our sojourns in Mheg, we avoided the lake at all costs. Let that suffice to warn you of its dangers. I was taught never to talk to the Fuath under any circumstances. Are you sure this is a good idea? Through the gate lieth the domain of the Fuath. What a lot of leafmen. That's a good point, Alphino. I didn't really think about that. And we've established that leafmen are mortals who wandered into here, and the Fae were like, we'd like you to stay here forever, so now you are a tree. And it's kind of terrifying. But at least this one has a little flower on it. I was about to say the Fuath couldn't be any more unreasonable than the pixies, but that's just asking for trouble. Well, time to poke the gate that says don't poke the gate on it. Oh, glowing planters, interesting. Hearken to me, O spirits of the water, we are come with an entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how the gate works. But if the Fuath are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake. Alphino does not like this. I suppose a brief dip wouldn't hurt. We all know Thancred swims like an eel, but what about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Nod. Excellent. What about you, Urianger? I'm not sure I've ever asked. Dramatic close-up. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. You too, Urianger? That you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks, and I should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves. Cast walk on water over learn how to speak? You mean swim, I think. Well, well, aren't we a lively lot? And you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty from mortals, what a treat! Oh, this music is very promising, isn't it? Aye, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course, you may have it. You shall have it. Just like that? What do you want from us? Oh, no need to be so suspicious. The ground simply doesn't mean much to us, is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we are Fuath. For we Fuath, it's over before it's begun, and we couldn't care less what becomes of the Fairy King, nor the world for that matter. Having said that, we do so seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem like a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate, and come hither to our domain, Dohn Mheg. In your tongue, it means Forbidden Realm. Sounds forbidding, yes? And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home wrought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us thrilling sport, and we will give you the crown. Dohn Mheg, now accessible. It's dungeon time. This dungeon is very good. When we sally forth, allow me to lead the van. Bearing the brunt is my specialty these days. Well, Thancred, me too, and this world ain't big enough for 2 tanks, cause it's a light party only. While I was in Imperial territory, I learned to wield the gunblade, but I subsequently let my skills go to rust, for want of the ability to replenish my own ammunition. That's very interesting, actually, Thancred, because the Imperial gunblades are distinctly different from the Bosjan gunblades that gunbreakers use. Oh no, not the Trouble Dungeon. When I decided to rescue Minfilia, however, I knew I needed a more defensively minded style, so I placed a special order at the Crystalline Mean, and the rest is history. Bosja was part of the Empire, but still. I can fight too. I promise I won't be a burden. 'Twas never like to be simple. Hard though it may seem to believe, the Fuath's love of games surpasseth even that of the Pixies. And in the name of their games, full many men have drowned. We must needs take all care if we are to avoid meeting a watery end. So they desire sport. It seems safe to say we must proceed fully prepared. I'll take sport over pixie chores. Let's give the Fuath what they want. So, quite a selection is available here. We have 2 healers, Alphino and Urianger. We have 2 DPS, Minfilia and Alize. And we have Thancred, the tank. Now, Urianger, I've heard, is a better healer than Alphino. Also, like, we haven't had him in the party before. Minfilia's class is the Oracle of Light at the moment. Well, I mean, I don't know why I said at the moment. I think it always is. But, like, functionally, she's kind of like a rogue, as you can see by the icon. Thancred has unique interactions where he can't use all of the Gunbreaker abilities by himself because he can't charge the cartridges. But if Minfilia is also in the party, she can charge cartridges for Thancred. Now, here's the question. This is a level 83 dungeon? No, this is a level 73 dungeon. What am I talking about? So, I could proceed as a tank. Or just for this dungeon so we can see Thancred a little bit, at least once, I could proceed as a healer. Or a DPS, I guess, if I wanted to. And I did also make a different outfit for Sage, because I wanted to try Sage a little bit more yesterday. Sage is level 82 at the moment, which is one level behind Paladin. This is the water dungeon, so we should... He does have name affinity, you do have a good point. Urianger casts Death? Wow. Also, I do really like the Sage outfit, by the way. The main problem with the Sage outfit is if that I suddenly pivoted to Sage, I'd have to draw another Sucro. I do also have the option of playing as a DPS, of course, because I do have Reaper at 90. This is a generic outfit. It's like a slight variant on the Paladin one. I think I might try and make specific outfits for every job quest, role quest, whatever. So like the rest of these, basically. I also have Summoner at 90. I also have Dancer at 90. So I could be anything. I can do anything. Chaos, chaos, etc. But, you know, I think Sage seems fine, yeah. Part of why I want to give Thancred one moment to shine, as you put it, is because we also get to see Minfilia. Like, we don't get to see Urianger yet, but like we haven't seen Minfilia or Thancred in a dungeon, and we haven't seen how they interact in a dungeon. And also, like, this set of 3 people is interesting for this dungeon, I think. So it seems like a good idea to me. Why can't I register?
My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn.
Here we go. Here we go.
Wow, she says here we go, just like Mario. There we go. So, surprise, it's time for Sage for a moment.
Miter.
Exactly. This might be, aesthetically speaking, one of my favorite dungeons that I've ever, like... one of my favorite dungeons that I know of. I will say, I don't think I noticed how many Leafmen are in the dungeon itself before. In fact, I didn't notice there were any of them. But now I'm noticing immediately that there are multiple Leafmen, like, right out of the gate. Literally right out of the gate, in fact. Oh yeah, I have a different portrait for Sage. I forgot that I actually made a portrait. Also, benefit of playing as a healer. If you thought playing as anything else in a trust NPC situation is chill, I think playing as a healer, maybe even specifically Sage, is one of the most chill things you can do for these, actually. So this is the realm of the water spirits, says Thancred. Also, it was a good point that this spares both Urianger and Alphino from any water-related shenanigans. Outside of water is love, water is life, drink up, ye parched souls. Here's a Fuak. We've seen them a little bit. Let me just remember Sage for a moment. I think Sage is maybe my favorite healer at the moment. I have to remember to look at the party list. I leave the cartridges to you, says Thancred. I think if you pay close attention to Minfilia, you can see her actually, like, use the cartridges. The Fuat design is very cute, yes, but they're also quite scary as far as like people go. I really didn't notice all the Leafmen at all in this dungeon. I never noticed there were any of them, and look how many there are. By the way, remember how I was talking about Magician's Quest magical times? Like a week or weeks ago? This music is very reminiscent of like Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies. And in that game, when you engaged Mystery Time, that was the only song you could hear for the rest of the entire real-time day. And I think Mysterious Time or Mystery Time, it may have actually resembled this a bit, yeah. I forgot what the aesthetic of Mystery Time was. I just remember the music because it never stopped. As far as don't forget to use Toxicon, my impression of Toxicon is that it, from what I've read, is that it's best saved for when you need to move. Because, like, maybe that's only the case when you have Doses 3, I don't know. Toxicon. Unaspected damage to a target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 300 for the first and 50% less for the remaining enemies. Okay, it's technically a better AoE than Dyscrasia, but also it doesn't activate Cardion. Oh wait, no, it does activate Cardion. Okay. So it is, okay. That's a good point. So it is sometimes best to use that. All right. Anyway. Thanks for the tip, actually. Toxicon is a convention for everyone whose favorite type of Pokemon is Poison type. Poison is a cool type of Pokemon.
Now I've got you.
One thing I need to remember with Sage more, I've noticed, is I keep forgetting to reapply the damage over time. And I keep not noticing when I'm only down to 2 targets. Like, as in, it's time to switch to single target. Oh my, did you see the flowers? Stay focused, Minfilia. Oh, also, earlier Minfilia said, is that a Fuat? What is it doing? And Thancred said, making their minions stronger by the looks of it. So Thancred and Minfilia are also demonstrating that there are unique interactions for certain combinations of people being in a dungeon. Miniphilia? Perhaps. So yeah, if you have Thancred and Minfilia in the same dungeon, they will talk to each other. I should focus target the tank. I barely need to, like, care about Miniphilia and Tancred. I barely need to care about healing at all because, like... Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Just, like, attacking with Sage passively heals, so... I'm having a problem here. For some reason, I was only paging between allies. Oh, I guess if I have an ally targeted and press left or right, it targets an ally. That makes sense. There will be no wilted flowers on my watch. Oh yeah, absolutely. I use Caracole every time I can, basically. Except when it would overlap Taracole because they don't stack with their mitigation.
Take this!
Oh right, down to 2 enemies. Why?
I'll show you.
What the? Hey, this is not what my targeting settings are set to. Why is it targeting allies with left or right? I've never had this happen before. What? Hey. Video game? Where even is all this? Filters. While weapon is drawn. While weapon is drawn, enemies. See what's happening? Is it different for when? Huh. Is it different for trust NPCs than it is for like other characters? Ah, our guests have arrived. If you desire sport, we're happy to oblige, says Alize. Oops, I just did the thing I said where I overwrote something without thinking. That's fine. It's the 4th way to give our guests a smashing welcome. Oh yes, we'll smash you to bits and pieces. I don't remember how this works. I don't know why I'm being killed so bad. And nobody else was. It's fine. That was an unclear mechanic in my opinion. That's a pretty good tank buster, by the way. I guess they all have a radius that you can't really, like, see. Oh, and there's some that are bubbling. But I was standing on Thancred and I still got hit, but Thancred didn't. I don't get it. It must be Thancred's water elemental aspects helping him out. I suppose that could be the case. He was moving though. Do keep that up fine form. Do keep up that fine form for the rest of the way. We did it! We won! No, it was just toying with us. Vobertite hat of casting. Verbertite. Look, the landscape is changing. It seems they haven't quite had enough games. Onward, my friends, onward to your prize.
Prepare yourself.
Oops, I accidentally used Pepsi's. Oh, it is daytime now, you're right. Oh right, there's only 2 of them left again. See, this is what I mean. I keep not noticing when it's time to switch from AoE to single target. I just get so absorbed in pressing one button that I don't think about anything anymore. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped a wasp nest. How very clumsy of me. A wasp nest? Really? Says Alize. I don't know why she's so incredulous about that. Maybe it's because dropping a wasp nest seems very silly. Conceptually. I forgot I have access to the give myself 1 stack of Adder's Gall button.
Take this!
As well. Which is just a button that you press, I guess. God, it's really inconvenient to target the enemies with this sudden weird targeting change that's not what my settings are. I don't know why that's happening. My apologies, but accidents do happen. I'm overwriting the mitigation again, despite saying I shouldn't. Oh well. I'm wondering if this thing, the targeting thing, is specific to trust NPCs. Now there are other methods of paging through the enemy lists. I just need to get used to using those instead. I think one of my favorite things about Sage is that with the casting animation for like, not for the healing spells, but for like the laser, the way Sucro holds her hand when doing that makes it look like she's grabbing the brim of her hat and channeling that way, which is cool, I think. Come and play in my beautiful garden. Nah. How did Minfilia get so dead? I'm not... If I were, like, more used to playing healer, I'd probably have slightly better awareness of the party health. Also, I'd probably, if I were maining healer, I would probably have the party list be larger so that I could see that easier. That would probably be a good idea. Ryu. Let's cut this overgrown and scrub down to size. This is just the second phase evolution of a grass starter Pokemon.
Prepare yourself.
I don't think I need any, like, specific boss tips. I should be able to figure out stuff as I go. I accidentally used that on myself. Like, the allies are intercepting the tethers as well, so I would have been able to figure it out, I think. That was the wrong one. I'm just pushing the wrong buttons, it's fine.
Keep your guard up.
Nothing to it, says Alize. A palace of water. It's like something out of a fairy tale, except we're the ones in the tail. Stay on your guard. I didn't realize it was literally doing swinge. Welcome, welcome to our humble palace. That way, the crown's that way. Hey, look, there it is. Well, that was easy, I guess. The crown, we found it. No, stop, I smell a trap. Oh, it's a fake, you'll just have to keep going. Hey, that time it tabbed to the enemy. Now it's only tabbing between the enemies. Was it just the... It must have just been a weird temporary glitch that changed my targeting settings until the area changed. That's really weird. Bravo, bravo! Force dot wave. It's kind of funny that we're just fighting this one enemy by itself. But yeah, like Sucro looks like she's holding the brim of her hat with this laser casting animation. I think that's cool. That's all. More! We want to see more! I did just kind of miss this hat too, since it's been since Realm Reborn, since Sucro was wearing it. It was a different color then, but you know, still. The frog got fancier. Oh yeah, don't worry. I know what the boss does. I never thought of that solution before, but this time we'll really have the crown. Focus on the fight, Minfilia, not the prize. Time for a musical interlude. That's not what I meant to do at all. Oh. I thought, judging by Alize, she just went like far away. I don't know. I forgot how that works. Oh, sweet melody, take phantasmic form. And here's the funny prank part. This wouldn't fool a child. Thanker just skips it. I don't think the player is allowed to skip it. You might notice Minfilia is not having a good time here. This is the first instance where it becomes very apparent that all of the different NPCs have... You mastered the melody, bravo! Very different reactions to certain things, which is great. For you, I will play a song of terror. I grow weary of these tricks, makes me feel dirty just to look at it. Ah, it's hideous! Yeah. Surprise. It's time to be gross, I guess. I was a little bit worried about the illusory road move, because of course I remembered it. It's very memorable. I just didn't remember how difficult it was, and it's not that bad to navigate it, it turns out. So like every possible trust NPC, give me a crescendo, give me a fortissimo. Every possible trust NPC or like duty support NPC that you could bring into this dungeon has a different reaction to that. I mean, there's a few that share a similar reaction. But like Thancred and Urianger go about halfway and then skip it using one of their mobility options, which if you try to skip it as a player character, you fall and die. Well, not die, but you fall and take damage, I think. I don't think it lets you do what Thancred and Urianger do. Alize just like sprints across at maximum speed. Alphino walks slowly across it for like half of it and then starts sprinting. Oh, I didn't notice you were doing the thing. But eventually does make it in time. And then Minfilia does not actually make it in time to, like, before the thing that the boss is casting is cast. But we like depleted the HP bar necessary before Minfilia got there at all. But like, if you just let that thing keep casting, Minfilia wouldn't make it still. If you try to rescue someone across the pit, they fall in. That's very funny. Hey, cool, level up. I didn't do the best job ever as a healer, but also it didn't matter. There are also... The trust system allows you to go through any of these dungeons later with like various NPCs that we don't even have access to yet. Sucro feels sad about this apparently, and also determined. Urianger is here too. Wait, where's Alphino? This is just Urianger? There he is. He was just off camera. Anyone have any... I dare say they've had their fill of sport. But yeah, there are several NPCs that we couldn't use in this run of the dungeon that we can technically use later on. And they also have their own reactions to that mechanic. Their mastery over glamours is truly astounding. Is it over? Time to collect our prize. Phew, we did it. Paladin's Fey Arms. I can't get the prize! Why not? Stairs are also an illusion. Anyway, I'm sure that we'll immediately get the prize that we came here for, and there will be no more shenanigans.
Oh, Wilford!
I forgot the victory theme plays here. Like a specific rendition of the victory theme. Everyone seems pretty unsettled by this, or at least Sucro does.
Oh, you do not hold back.
I sure don't, I guess. Ah, you've become small again.
But I would have it no other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is, the relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes?
Nod.
Ah, but you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
What do you mean by that? Do you just think my outfit is cool?
More! I want to see more of her!
Yes! Yes! I could watch her forever!
Why don't we just make her one of us? Yes! One of us!
But then she wouldn't be a cat. You can't do that.
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
Well. And then Sucro died. Game's over, sorry everyone.
Wake up! Wake up, damn you!
Artbird is here to be like, stop! Stop this nonsense. What? Huh? I think it's funny that Artbird has to swim still.
Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can.
Once again, breathing underwater has become relevant. I love that they tried to do this trick. But then it's just like, sorry, I actually solved that like an expansion ago. Sorry. Sorry your funny prank didn't work. Well.
I'm sure you had your reasons. But the first rule of dealing with the Fwath is do not deal with the Fwath.
The Fwath. Right.
It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them.
Hey, the drowned is also what they call Sahagin, but I think that's probably, or like Sahagin, no, not Sahagin, it's what they call people tempered by Leviathan, sorry. That's probably entirely coincidental, though. Sahagin are just called Sahagin. That is interesting, yeah.
Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect.
I don't even know if all of them know that I can breathe underwater at this time. I guess they'll learn shortly. Oh, we do get to hear a little bit about the city, maybe, because Sucro's looking at it.
That's the royal capital of the Kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside.
You're describing it in a way that really does make me think of Ishgard more.
All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for?
It wasn't for you, it was for the Ascians and their plot. Mostly.
I wonder... I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
Zooming in on Sucro. Oh, it's directly calling towards, like, she's directly remembering things about Ishgard, at least. Oh, geez. Or thinking about Ishgard, anyway. I guess the game really wants to make the parallels to Ishgard clear here. Anyway. Or maybe just imagining in general how a big kingdom of that sort could suddenly fall into ruin. Anyway. Back to Paladin. I simply switched class to Paladin, or switched job to Paladin, and blocked the water. I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, rest a moment. There was nothing where we looked. Sucro! Hi. We're just casually waving at them. Hi. Explaining. Good thing I learned how to breathe underwater in Stormblood. Dear gods, were it not for Soroban's blessing. But I need not labor the point. I'm glad to see you safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried we were to wash up on the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, but I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Fwath kept that part of the bargain at least. While there were certain twists and turns, our work here is done, with everyone none the worse for wetness. Nod. Oh, thank goodness you're still here. Sulwyn, is something amiss? A great big mob of mortals is marching to Mheg, mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't happen to be your friends, would they? Rather the reverse, I fear. The Yulmoran army, at a guess. Meaning, we can play with them? As much as you like, but just to be sure, I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are who we suspect, we will require your aid. If Alphino is coming, then Alizé will be too, yes? Can't have one without the other, you know. Alright, just remember, we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before, or it's fine, defeating the Light Warden would have always would always have fallen to me. I feel like in all of these choices, one of the choices that you have in Shadowbringers has seemed to consistently been more like tired. Which makes Dark Knight a very fitting job to be the face of the expansion. Because Dark Knight has all that stuff in their quest line about like, aren't you tired of playing nice? Don't you just want to go apeshit? It feels like there's a lot of choices where option 1 is like, don't worry, it's fine, and option 2 is a little bit going apeshit. Like, not completely apeshit, just a little bit. Don't worry, I've done this sort of thing before. Leave it to me. Yeah. Indeed you have. Very well then. See you afterwards, my friend. I think it is very in character for Sucro to just casually, like, just accept things like this. Like, she wouldn't act tired about it. Sucro is the sort of person who, like, always puts other people before herself, even to the point of, like, her detriment. Like, even when she shouldn't. And she always works too much even when she's tired. At least in some ways. If only I hadn't been caught. If it is indeed the Yulmoran army, we may soon have to contend with Ranjit again, which may prove problematic even for you. Speaking of the sort of person she is, Minfilia over here seems to be blaming herself for all of this somehow. I think that's the sort of thing Sucro might do occasionally too. She really shouldn't, but she probably would. Anyway. It seems like the new Mo are next, but what's actually next is BRB. I will return soon. And then what's actually next, it's gonna be story time, everyone. So stay tuned for story time. Hello. So you may recall that last time we saw a scene, briefly, of events happening in an Imperial facility, where Estinian had been sent by the Scions as a freelancer of sorts. Well, more a dragoon than a lancer, haha, but in order to investigate Black Rose. And he made mention, or alluded to, events that led to how he was recruited to do this task. And I briefly considered bringing it up last time. I think I may have like even started pulling it up, but I didn't have like everything prepared in advance. I didn't know what music to play, etc. But now it is actually story time. If I can, there we are. So there's a thing that Final Fantasy XIV does, where they have stuff like this, little short stories happening usually in between expansions. There are these before Shadowbringers and after Shadowbringers. And you can say you can see that there's a number of them for this as well. But one very specific one that I remember is this one. Echoes of Delusion. So, it's time for everyone's favorite background music. Free storytelling background music, no copyright, no attribution. And now it's time for story time. This music is not correct for the tone, I don't think, but it's here, and it's funny, so there. Ahem. Echoes of Delusion. The evening found them at their usual table at the Shiokaze hostelry. Though he and his traveling companion had by now become a familiar sight in Kugane, few there had any inkling just how odd a pair they made. A dragon slayer, albeit retired, and a dragonette. "It's well you had me to get us out of this predicament," Orn-Kai observed, in that unsufferably smug tone of his, and not for the first time. But this Estinian decided was one time too many. Face darkening, he snatched a piece of sun-dried squid, known to the locals as surume, from the plate between them, making the diminutive dragon blink. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. A predicament of your making, your false lead that caused us needless toil. Tearing off some chewy squid with his teeth, he let out an irritated sigh. Gods, how did it come to this? But the answer he knew all too well. It had begun amidst smoke and ash at the Gimlet Dark, where he had plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death. Having borne his stricken comrade to the Ishgardian encampment, he had promptly taken his leave, reasoning that his skill with a lance would be of more use on the battlefield than in the infirmary. And so he had turned his steps back towards the fighting, minded to lend the Alliance's strength, only to learn that it was no longer needed. For Xenos had withdrawn from the front lines, leaving the Imperial forces defanged and in disarray. Thus had Estinian found himself aimlessly wandering over the snow-swept fields of Kurthus, which is where he had heard a familiar draconic voice calling out to him, Orn-Kai. In the past, he had aided the Dragonette in his quest to find his sire's long-lost consort, a journey to the Far East which had, it would seem, given the creature a taste for adventure, and now he wanted Estinian to accompany him on another. "I have no interest in playing nursemaid," Estinian had replied in a tone that brooked no discussion. But Orn-Kai was not to be discouraged. Having inquired as to the Alizan's age, he retorted with a smirk, "I've lived tenfold your years. It would seem I am the one who must play nursemaid." In such a manner did their conversation unfold, and a pain began to manifest in Estinian's temples, first niggling, then raging, until, Driven to the limits of his patience, he had declared with a snarl, "I had forsworn the slaying of dragons, but for you, mayhap I shall make an exception." This said, he had drawn his lance and made as if to thrust it at his interlocutor, who duly cheered. "Yes, that's the spirit," Ornkai gleefully exclaimed before proceeding to apprise Estinian of his plans. He had previously heard tell, he explained, of an intriguing legend, that of Seriu, a dragon worshipped in the Far East as a benevolent guardian, but feared in certain corners as a man-eating fiend. "I wish to ascertain the truth of the tales. If this dragon devours man-flesh as some believe, it falls to us to end its reign of terror." So it was that the Azure Dragoon had set forth once more to the Far East, a none too willing traveling companion to an all too willful dragonette. And, through painstaking effort, trudging hither and yon gathering information, they had learned the truth of the legend, to their mutual disappointment. For the dragon known as Seriu was no dragon at all, at least not of the kind they knew, but something more akin to a serpent. And to compound their chagrin, their quest having dragged on far longer than intended, they had found themselves at the limits of their funds. For some days they were forced to endure empty bellies, but their luck had turned when Ornkai came to the attention of the proprietor of Kugane's most famous hostelry. Like many a Hingan, the women believed dragons to be bringers of good fortune, and she had offered them board and lodging in exchange for attracting customers. And here we are, a spectacle for drunkards. "How ungrateful," Ornkai said with mock indignance. "I find myself less and less inclined to sear your squid." As little as Estinian cared for the dragon's pertness, at that moment he cared less for the dry rice wine without a savory accompaniment. "Fine, I'm grateful," he managed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Now sear me another one, will you?" Seemingly placated, Ornkai breathed fire upon the surume, which released a mouth-watering aroma as it crackled and charred. Estinian allowed it a moment to cool before helping himself to another bite of this strangely addictive snack. Even as he savored the flavor and texture, footsteps rang out from the direction of the tavern's entrance. "Welcome to the Shiokaze hostelry," Ornkai cheerily called out to the newly arrived patrons. With a brief shake of his head, Estinian drew breath to offer his own half-hearted greeting, only for the words to die on his lips when he turned around and saw the two Lalafellan maidens standing upon the threshold. Guess who? That's right, it's time for everyone's actually favorite music. Meatball Parade. It's shenanigans time! "There you are!" shrilled the one in the pink kimono. Though she had adopted the local attire, there was no mistaking Taru, the Scion's indomitable receptionist. And beside her, even less mistakable in her distinctive robe, was Kryl Baldessian, staring wide-eyed at him. Whatever it was that the Archon saw, it clearly amused her, for she was suddenly racked by paroxysms of poorly stifled laughter. "Forgive me," she said tearily, struggling for breath. "I'd heard that the Azure Dragoon had hung up his lance, but I did not expect that he would take up the serving train instead." To that assessment, Estinian could offer no retort. And as much as her amusement irked him, above all he was troubled by the creeping sense that he was about to be drawn into yet another bothersome affair. He turned to Ornkai. "'Tis time we went our separate ways, little one. But so long as you remain here, you shan't want for comfort. Fare you well." Sparing the visitors no further glance, Estinian picked up his travel sack with the tip of his lance, swung it over his shoulder, and leapt. He shot up into the hostelry's upper level, landing gracefully amidst startled revelers, who broke out in rapturous applause at what they assumed must be a performance. Disregarding the ovation, he dashed through the door and out into the night. He knew at once where to bend his steps, Kugane Ohashi. For across this bridge there lay the rest of Shisu, entry to which was forbidden to all Aijin save a privileged few. Surely it would be the last place they would think to look for him. But he had scarcely settled into his spot against the bridge balustrade to let the haze of the wine clear from his head when, from among the passing traffic, the Lalafels appeared again. "You do know they won't let you pass without one of these," Tataru waved a parchment in front of him, bearing Far Eastern script and a crimson seal. "An entry permit. Why am I not surprised?" But what was surprising was how quickly they'd managed to track him down. At that moment, a boat plying the channel below chanced to draw near. He did not stop to think and sprung onto its mast. A few moments and several leaps later, Estinian was taking in the city from the roof of Kugane Castle, a self-satisfied grin upon his face. Let them try and find me here. Absent-mindedly, he withdrew what was left of his surume from the pocket where he'd secreted it. Not secreted, that's very different. Raised it to his mouth and stared. On a nearby walkway, two Lalafels were emerging, led by a Sekisegumi blade bearing a lantern. What sorcery is this? In that instant, it occurred to Estinian that they may well have a good reason to seek him out. The thought quickly faded, however. Perhaps it was the wine, a potent variety sourced from the main island, or perhaps it was simply his nature. But the more they pursued him, the more determined he became to elude them. Just need to steer clear until morning. Thus resolved, he stepped off the rooftop and dropped down to the ground. After what seemed an eternity, the night sky began to take on the gray of dawn. A little longer, and the Kuroboru Maru would leave port and bear Estinian away, beyond the reach of Scion troubles. But even as he allowed himself to hope, the self-same cheery voice that had haunted him all night rang out. Anyone would think that you were trying to avoid us. You cannot be serious. Groaning inwardly, he turned to face his unrelenting pursuers. His mind racing as he considered his options. It was then that the Baldessian woman fell to one knee, cradling her head. Are you all right? Tataru crouched down beside her companion in a state of alarm. The Archon had plainly overexerted herself during their night-long game of cat and mouse. Unable to stop himself from feeling a measure of culpability, he was about to proffer a hand when Kryle's shoulders began to shake with laughter, as poorly stifled as before. Oh, Estinian, never would I have imagined. She made an effort to look at him, but the sight of his face seemed only to add to her amusement, sending her into further paroxysms. What's this now? Did you see something from his past? Tataru asked, her voice dripping with curiosity. Though it was already well on the way to becoming a warm day, Estinian felt a chill to rival a Kurthan night. He knew that, like the warrior of light in Izel, Kryle was blessed with the echo and could peer into the past through another's eyes. He could not begin to guess which mortifying episode in his life she just witnessed. There were simply too many. Finally composing herself, Kryle stood upright and regarded Estinian with a look of pity. Be at ease, I'm not so heartless as to reveal what I saw. Not here and now, at any rate. Damn you to the bottom of the seventh hell. But enough about that, she considered sweetly. We were hoping to speak with you if you have a moment. Estinian's shoulders rose and fell as he sighed in resignation. The chase was over. Later that morning, Estinian stood upon the deck of a merchant vessel bound for Radzatan, on his way to the Empire. He had been charged with finding, and if possible destroying, an alchemical weapon by the name of Black Rose. Left unchecked, the Garleans would inevitably bring the deadly gas to bear against their enemies, Ishgard among them. This music is not really appropriate anymore, I would say. That's fine. We'll just... The method of his recruitment apart, he could not well stand idly by while his comrades were thus threatened, nor could he deny that he was well suited to the task. Let's just switch back on the video game music for a second here. Whoop, that'll be fine. As he gazed out at the ruby sea, he rested a hand upon the reassuring weight hanging at his waist, a leather pouch heavy with coin. The spoils of some lucrative venture pertaining to Far Eastern legends, according to Tataru. Get another bothersome journey, but at least I shan't want for funds. Reaching into his travel sack, he pulled out a piece of freshly seared surume, a parting gift from Ornkai. He took a bite, making sure to chew it slowly. There was no telling when he would see any more. Estinian staring at squid.png. At around the same time, Tataru and Kryle were sitting at the Shiokaze hostelry, taking refreshments with their new friend Ornkai. So tell us, Kryle, Tataru began, her cheeks flushed from the rice wine. What scandalous event from Estinian's past did you see? Like the morning sun peering out over the horizon, a coy smile slowly broke on Kryle's lips. I'm sorry, whatever gave you the impression I saw such a thing? Their boisterous laughter could be heard as far away as the water's edge, but thankfully not beyond. I think next is just the next short story. Yes, indeed. I am not sure what the rest of these are. Judging by the framing device, this one might be from Omega's point of view, actually. Fascinating. Anyway. I think there's at least, just because it says objective. Interesting. But now is not the time for that story. I don't know if there will be a time for that story. I just wanted to read the funny one where Istinian literally Dragoon jumps away from Tataru and Kryl like 70 times. And that was story time, everyone. Thank you for listening to story time. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV, the video game, instead of the story. Well, the story is in the video game too, but the video game medium instead of the short story on a website medium. Anyway. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, actually I don't think that is true, because I think she was doing a bit. I think she was acting. Kryl's prank. Apparently they are very fast, yes. If you may recall that I believe Istinian's summary of this was like, I swear that receptionist was trained as a spy. So with our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. If anyone is interested in more story time happening at some point, I could throw in reading more of those short stories at some other point in the future. I suppose. I don't know when would be the best time for that, but it was fun. And that's the only one I think I've read more than one of them, but that's the only one I really remember. Of the two remaining bearers of the relics, the new Mo are the nearer. We shall seek them out next. Among the Fey folk, they bear the distinction of having abided in these lands since before the flood. Oh, interesting. They are also the friendliest to men, and have served me faithfully whensoever I called upon them. Indeed, they are the source of much of the knowledge I've acquired in my time here. The Omega one is a post-Shadowbringers thing? Okay. I know that there were also short stories prior to Shadowbringers. Like, not just set prior to Shadowbringers, but like that was Tales from the Shadows, and there's like Tales from the Dragon Song War and stuff probably too. I don't know how many of them are good or worth reading, but if anyone has any particular ones to recommend, we can throw them in there at some point, if people are interested in more of that. Or if not, that's also fine. I just wanted to at least read that one. The path leadeth past my dwellings. Let us away. Now, if you're worried that because of the Ivalice raids, they're going to throw in the Final Fantasy XII aesthetic version of the Numo, which are significantly less adorable, worry not. It's adorable time shortly. I guess that's a spoiler for what we're about to see, to say that they're adorable, but maybe not. Past yonder cliff lieth Plaeni, home of the Numo. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. If there had been an MMO with like the Tactics Advance and Tactics A2 aesthetic, set in an Ivalice with that sort of tone, well, first of all, the story would be a lot less dark, probably. But also, I wonder how many people would play each type of Ivalician creature. Like, how many new Mo players would there be? How many Moogle players would there be? We do have Viera playable in this game, but how many Viera would there be? Would Humes still be the most popular? Well, okay, actually in this, like, depending on if you're looking at the distribution of all characters or high-level characters, I think of all characters, male humans are the most common in this game. And then of high-level characters, I think it might be female Mikote. So I would imagine that in a Tactics Advance MMO, I think Humes would be the most common, and then maybe Viera is second. Viera aren't super common relative to other ones in this game, but that's also partly because they were added way later. The draconic demonic ladies. The Gria, I think, would be about in the same... I think they would have about the same relative popularity as the Al-Ra. So, like, pretty popular, but not, like, the most popular. They're pretty similar to Al-Ra in some ways. But, like... It's not entirely possible to just give all of them an equivalent to the options in this game. Because, like, I guess you could say Moogles are equivalent to Lalafels in that they're the small... They would be the small option. Maybe. But maybe not really. I don't know. The least popular would be Sikh, though. I could probably guarantee that. Unfortunately for the Sikh. I don't think Sikh are bad or anything. I just feel like they're least likely to have a lot of people playing. Sorry, Ariaje, I'm thinking about alternate universes where that exists. Also, like, in terms of Tactics Advance, like, the Sikh weren't in Advance, and then, like, in A2, they had a very limited number of classes. So, like, mechanically, they probably weren't very popular for, like, mechanical reasons in that game either. Except I think they had some pretty funny pranks, like reverse item. They're like, hey, wanna look at this elixir? What if I turn it upside down and then kill you with it? LOL pranked. And that's pretty funny. Reverse item is very funny. Now, if this theoretical MMO had classes that weren't accessible to everyone, then the popularity distribution would be very different, I think. Like, if the classes were limited as they were in A2, then it would be very different. I have no idea which, like, individual character class in A2 would translate to the most popular job in an MMO. But I think Sikh would probably end up being low on the popularity scale for that as well. Because I feel like they'd be a really, like, atypical class. Like, translating funny prank options like reverse item into an MMO character would be fascinating, but very unusual and probably not play similar to the other classes and not be super popular. That would be my guess. Yeah, World of Warcraft does kind of have classes limited to specific choices and whatnot. Though, like, over time, they've become less limited. What do you mean by Seekist? Like the most beast-like, I guess? I had no idea of the World of Warcraft popularity statistics. I would assume that the most popular choices in World of Warcraft are humans and night elves. Ah, I see. Anyway. This is a bit of a tangent to be on, I guess. If the path striketh thee as precipitous, 'tis because it was once a mountain trail. Night elves and Forsaken, not humans, really. I just assume that the human default applies to all situations where humans are an option. Anyway. For where the lake now lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Verbert. 'Twas only when the Fuath came, in the wake of the flood, that the settlement was drowned. Oh, I see. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flocks. Oh, human and blood elves. That's even more interesting in some ways. Because blood elves weren't available right away. But then again, World of Warcraft is a very different sort of like character creation incentive because you cannot switch your job. So like, it's more likely for people to have characters of later editions. Because like, oh, I need to make a new character to try a different class, and also I need to I want to try the new options, the new race that you can choose now that they added, etc. Ishgard's on a gigantic mountain spire in the middle of a huge hole. I guess I didn't think about it. Though one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such a spectacle, one can scarcely blame the Fey folk for so altering the land. The blame for that lieth rightly with the light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees. An entire world, that it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked, is the greater regret. For the record, I don't mind going on an interesting tangent. That was an interesting little discussion and like thinking moment of thinking a lot out loud. I don't know. Yet, in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I for the chance to be here. Anyway, clearly it's time for me to do a stream series of every World of Warcraft story moment. Just kidding, I'll never do that. It'd be a funny prank to like subscribe to WoW for one day for April Fools next year, but no, probably not. I don't hate World of Warcraft, but I think it's probably going downhill from what I've heard. It was okay when I played it, a little bit. Full glad am I for the chance to be here. 'Twas these hands which brought together the warriors of darkness and Menphilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were there no eighth umbral calamity to forestall, it seemeth only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I can choose to stop breathing. And thus do I labor, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Damn, I wasn't expecting that line to get thrown in here. That line gets me every time a little bit. The coming struggle promiseth to test us to our limits. But so long as we stand together, I doubt not that we shall prevail. Or I doubt not but that we shall prevail. Aha! Mortals, just as we thought! Hast thou business with us? Business? Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming and thought we'd come to play. They do not appear to be pixies of Little Loran. Mine apologies, but we are in some haste. Mayhap another day. Oh, in some haste, are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way, tee-hee-hee. Oh. Zuko died again. What did you expect, Urianger? You should know... You should have known something like this would happen. Teleportation magic. For a mercy, we were not sent far from our course. Should the pixies find us again, however, they will most assuredly repeat the trick. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of an enchantment I have learned. Fey Cloak, 'tis called, a most ingenious magic which rendereth one invisible to Fey folk, albeit briefly. 'Tis time for the stealth segment, I guess. Zuko, I fear 'tis time for stealth gameplay. I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis, thou art to make thy way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Be not tempted to employ a mount, as it will only serve to give thy presence away. Well, okay, fine. It's not so much a stealth segment as a prank segment, I guess. Come out wherever you are. No. I shan't. What should we do when we find them? We send them flying, teehee. I wish instead of like poofing you away, they actually like sent you flying like a funny physics object. Any moment now. Zuko suddenly ragdolling down a mountain like Link from Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Actually, I don't want to see that. That would be distressing. The pixies leave, disappointment writ on their faces. I don't know Lego Island, actually. Like, I have not actually played that. But if you can be kicked by a skeleton and it's funny, that sounds pretty promising. Just a skeleton kicking you for miles or something like that. Skeletons are funny. Being launched a great distance is also funny. We lost sight of you. Is everything all right? I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? Pixies doing some shenanigans. I see. Yes, I'd say that's a valid excuse for lateness. You are hereby forgiven. Oh, that sounds great. In other good news, the Numo village lies just through here. We'll enter as soon as Urianger deigns to join us. That sounds pretty funny. Anyway. It's new Mo time. Hello. Mortals! Mortals are here! Lots of them! And yeah, they're like the Tactics Advanced Numo, or closer to them. I thought you said the Numo were men's best friends. The poor thing was beside itself with fear. It was beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable! Unacceptable, I tell you, to have so many mortals appear at once! It's more excitement than we can bear! Greetings, Elder Wade Ankh, Tierney. It has been a while. It hath been a while. Pray forgive my brevity, but time is against us. We are come to borrow the stone scepter of the Numo. The stone scepter? Then you mean to lift the seal over Legia? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. If the king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we New Mo have called this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Just did full many of us lay down our lives to seal away our king when they were corrupted by light. If we do as you ask, our sacrifice would have been in vain. Nod, nod. Don't worry, we'll defeat Titania. No one will come to harm, or just hand over the goddamn staff. Sucro, don't be rude. Once again, we see that the Warrior of Light, or Warrior of Darkness, I suppose, has the option to just be sick and tired of all this nonsense. I would say the New Mao are probably Earth aspected. If you were to insist on tying them to the well, I guess there's more elements than just the four, but I would guess Earth, given that they're living on a mountain in like a cavern, surrounded by mushrooms. All of those things have been Earth aspected in some capacity in some video game somewhere. But what would Sucro say? No one will come to harm. Easily said for one who hasn't experienced the king's wrath. Honored elder, pray believe me when I say that this woman is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the king, but of something still more valuable, a means to resist the resultant corruption. Indeed, she hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, all without succumbing to the influence of its light. The Amaro or bird type, yeah. She is yet a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but she harboureth the self-same desire to see the Sin-Eaters eliminated as we do. Wilt thou not lend us thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? Hello. Welcome. You've always done right by us, Urianger. If you've placed your faith in this woman, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than to be rid of the Sin-Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not a decision to be made lightly. We require time to deliberate, a turn of the moon perhaps. We are playing Final Fantasy XIV. We are in Shadowbringers and we've just reached the New Mo. We are collecting 4 artifacts in order to unseal Titania so that we might defeat Titania, the Light Warden of the land. I suppose that's a summary of what's going on right now. We don't have a turn of the moon, unless we want to debate this with the Yulmoran army. Elder, given all that is at stake, I cannot well expect thee simply to roll over and acquiesce to our request. But even now, a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightest fetch us the scepter while there's yet time to use it. Roll over? Fetch? Ah! You know full well that naught gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. More or less, I suppose. You know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless? It's unfair, unfair, I tell you. In happier times, it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards befitting our deeds. Since the kingdom of Verbert fell, however, we've been starved of man's patronage, and after so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. Very well, Urianger. I promise to give you as swift an answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here the while and bestow upon us your patronage. Is this arrangement agreeable? Nod. Dog shenanigans begin. Exactly. You will offer your patronage to our people too, yes? Let's see, perhaps you can begin with Marn Os. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Verbert. With the Knights gone, however, Marn Os has had no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed for your patronage. You wish to ask me questions? I should be glad to tell you what I know. As for a fitting payment, I ask that you listen to me. Tell me about yourself. I'm just a pneumo like any other. I offer my services to those in need in return for a fitting payment. Though if you ask the others, I'm terrible at setting prices. They say I ask for too little in return. To that I say each their own. As long as one is satisfied, then a fitting payment has been rendered. Don't you agree? What kind of place is this? This cave is called Titania, and our people have called it home for generations. To the pixies, it's a dank and dark and dreary place, but this is precisely the way we knew Mo like it. Lest you wonder, Titania is the name of a variety of mushroom that's central to our lives. We make our homes out of them and use their spores to prepare our magical concoctions. Alas, with the men of Verbert long departed, few come seeking our concoctions these days, leaving us starved of the patronage we crave. Such a trying time this is. Though the pneumo may appear placid and amicable, be fairly warned that they live by uncompromising codes. Codes such as that which saith the payment must precisely befit the service, be it an item or a task. Have care thou givest neither more nor less than what is requested. Many mortals stray into Mheg, mortals that could grant us patronage, but they seldom make it past Lida Loran because the pixies turn them into leafmen first. Have they no thought for our plight? Oh. I don't know that you needed to delete that, but I'm glad that you enjoyed my content. Anyway. And thank you for the bits, I guess. $1,182, $1,183, $1,184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? Poke. Ah, who, what, where? Wait, you're immortal? Huzzah, huzzah! I don't know what you mean by that. Well met. Yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at critical junctures in battle? If you answered yes, you've come to the right pneumo. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam just outside the cave. Please, please, please give their legs and your patronage to me. Fair enough. Were I a little younger, I would offer you my services. But as the years go by, I find there are fewer things that I desire. I would not go through the motions simply to receive a payment I do not need. There is no honor in that. Did I attune? I immediately forgot if I attuned already. I did. But I didn't talk to everyone. Well enough to be served. The question is whether we can provide a fitting reward. Anyway, this new Mo happens to have a name that looks like Wide Lad, which is pretty funny. What am I making? A traditional new Mo potion. Like most of our concoctions, the key ingredient is mushroom spores. Ah, an ether current. One must platform across mushrooms a little bit for this. Presumably. Oh. It's very interesting, yeah. Well met, mortal. Does anything ail you? If so, my Porksy and I are at your service. What do I need help with? Okay, I guess it's one at a time as far as, like, helping and receiving help here. So we must first collect the legs of a creature. Oh, but there's also someone up here I didn't speak to. Being made from mushrooms, our homes are extremely vulnerable to fire, but one stray ember and it could all burn down, so someone must always keep an eye on the cooked fire. That makes sense. You know, in fact, I will BRB real quick, and then we'll resume. Hello. Sorry, I just had to step away for a moment. Yeah, the Sucro Shrug gif is inspired by Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which they have yet to reference in this game. For some reason. Nobody could possibly understand why they wouldn't reference Mystic Quest in this game. Anyway, frog fungus. I also genuinely hope that they do. I actually like Mystic Quest a fair bit. I think it is somewhat underrated. Like, obviously it's not super complicated in any way, but it's just kind of fun. And it has very good music as well. It's got kind of a weird sense of humor too, which is also enjoyable. And there's something like oddly great, but like it's a funny twist, and also kind of a unique twist, but also very pointless. That the final boss is like, ha ha ha, I made up the prophecy about me being defeated because I wanted to kill you, question marks. And then you win anyway. Like, I made up the prophecy about me being defeatable as a prank. Heh. That's a silly thing for a villain to do. Also spoilers, I guess, for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. It's a fun idea, but they don't really do much with it. Ah, you are returned, and with the moss fungus legs, I hope? They are tools of my trade, lest you wonder, used to polish metal and leather alike to a lustrous sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. How many moss fungus legs will you give? You asked for 2. So I will give you 2. Huzzah! 2 moss fungus legs, as befits the work. To have neither more nor less than expected of us, than what we can provide, there is no greater joy. You see, for there to be honor in a task, we must receive precisely what it is worth. Too little means you belittle our ability. Too much means you question our integrity. You've given me a fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I'm pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there's no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin which you may pay me with when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Marnos's shop is open for business. If you mean to offer your patronage to another, may I suggest Isguf yonder? Judging from your equipment, 'tis plain you're no stranger to battle. I believe Isguf will have something to offer to you. Isguf, I guess. You do not have any items that can be repaired. Well. If they ever do remove repairing of armor from this game, what will that become? Ah, to have so many men visit us at once, this is a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores, they're called. We would tend to them with magics, except they leave behind a harmful ash. We've no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now you will be curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. I would also be fine with removing equipment wear, I think. I feel like it's just kind of it feels like it's kind of a leftover idea but also like just a very small gill sink, I guess. It just doesn't feel like it adds anything. In Guild Wars 2, there used to be equipment wear in that game as well. Until the most recent expansion. And you repaired equipment by interacting with anvils and paying for repairs. Well, actually, I don't think you even had to pay. I think you just had to interact with anvils after a point. And then in the most recent expansion, they changed it so that you don't need to repair your equipment, and the anvils instead grant you a temporary buff to your defense. And I think that's interesting. I don't know if anything like that could apply to this game, but I just think it's interesting that another MMO that is currently operating chose to address the repairing system in that manner. Okay, first they removed the fee, and then much later they removed the repairing. Gotcha, that's what I wasn't entirely sure. I don't know if that precise solution would be fitting for this game. I don't know what they would do instead, but it's just interesting that, like I said, it's interesting that something like that was addressed in that way. That's all. You can tell the flame spores are the bad mushrooms because they don't glow. Only glowy things are good in this cave, I guess. Well, okay, that's not true. These mushrooms are also fine. And the houses aren't glowing too much either. I'm not going to jump around on mushrooms for 20 minutes as well. You've already removed the flame spores? How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search by the western entrance as well? I'm told that more have cropped up in that area. Mario's a cat sometimes. I don't know if that means anything, because that doesn't mean that all cats are Mario, even if Mario is sometimes a cat, but still. What I meant by the flame spores are not glowy is that, like, they look very similar to the other mushrooms they're next to, but they're not glowing. Rather than they are the only not glowy mushrooms. Ah, I sensed a gaze from the entrance. Hello, Minfilia. Gasp! I wasn't spying on you or anything. I've just finished my task and I should go and report back. Minfilia, you can talk to me. It's okay. That would be a very powerful item, because Sucro is very powerful. Also, she's not associated with bells in any way, so it'd be weird for it to be a bell. Ah, you are returned. Have you dealt with the flame spores by the western entrance as well? I have. Sukrauser. I think only Sucro can be Sucro. I don't think anyone else gets to be Sucro, even a little bit. That's my opinion. Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating our noses, for a little while at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days. Fair every day I would carry my wares to the castle to offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called Mheg. The Verbertites built it, and they named it Grünes Licht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against Sin Eaters, and now they're gone, all of them. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. But enough reminiscing, I must give you what you've earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you. For a fitting price, of course. Now, will you be offering your patronage to anyone else? If so, would you consider Widelad? I am not sure if you actually pronounce that name Widelad, but I hope so. They've been under the weather of late, and the chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. I see. Aetheryte ticket. What? You would be my patron? Nod. But I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my invisible ink, and without it I can't make my arcane wares. Questioning head tilt. Who are the lawless ones? They're Numo like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honor they are. They refuse to work, instead spending all their time cavorting and making a nuisance of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take my ink back from those villains? If you can do this, I will consider it your patronage, and by way of my service, I will make you something very special. Excuse me, Sucro, but I couldn't help overhearing. If you mean to undertake this task, will you let me accompany you? I would learn from you and help in what little way I can. You're welcome to join. You could also be rude to Minfilia there if you wanted to be a jerk. Thank you so much. The lawless ones make their lair to the south inside a cave called Father Collard's Chambers. They took many vials of ink, and I would be grateful if you could bring as many back as possible. Nod. Nod. Wolkdorf. By the way, it doesn't seem like the game's been lagging today. Maybe there's been progress on that whole issue. I don't have the funny internet trick enabled that I did last time, because I feel like that causes other problems, actually. Verbertenberg is quite the name of a location, I guess. And hey, it's Amaro with names that we can talk to. Ah, how I'd like to go and bathe in the lake, but the thought that the Fuath will be waiting puts me right off. That's right, Amaro are just people, sometimes. If you are familiar with Fey names, you will know that most of the flock do not use them, myself included. We prefer to keep that which our masters bestowed upon us. Perhaps you will learn more about the Amaro in the future. How rare it is to have men here. So long as you do nothing to disturb our peace, we welcome you with open wings. Tell me about yourself. Yeah. Like, the story just directs you in this direction. I mean, you heard that the Amaro had shoes that you needed to collect, but then you just sort of bump into them. In my past, like, also nobody questions the Amaro. I guess everyone else might already know about it. In my past life, I had a master with whom I journeyed to the far corners of the realm. From Nabatha deep in the south to Verbert here in the north, we soared, riding the winds. He so loved to travel, my master did, and there's no greater testament to that than the name which he bestowed upon me, Traveler. Many years have passed since I last embarked on a journey, and I imagine the world outside Mheg is much changed. Yet I have no desire to see it again. Nay, I would leave those places I visited as they are in my mind's eye. What kind of place is this? Among we Amaro, there are those who awaken to abilities long lost in our kind, speech among them. Tupac Amaro, the men of Ranka called us, and we come here to live out our final days. Be it through death or abandonment, we've all lost our masters and known bitter solitude. But in this community we may find kinship, understanding, and, not least of all, peace. As a flock, we build our lives around peace and distance ourselves from trouble. Though our Fey neighbors do not always respect our wishes, for the most part we are content. Also, it's got the sad music. After 100 summers, it all becomes a blur. There was a time when I loved nothing more than going for strolls with my master. Now I can scarcely bestir myself to leave my nest. Perhaps you wonder why we chose to live amidst these ruins. To you there may appear to be nothing here, but to us there is peace and quiet, and that is what we crave above all. Sorry for disturbing the peace then. I just want to talk to everyone. You should know that there is nothing we Amaro dislike more than conflict. If there is no path to peaceful resolution, we will simply flee. Sandman. Old as I am, I can no longer hunt as I once did and must rely upon others to bring me food. In exchange, it is my duty to look after new arrivals to the flock. Ah, a creature I must vanquish arbitrarily. Whoa, I forgot about this enemy. Cool looking enemy. There's also Porksies, which were briefly mentioned, but we haven't actually seen them until right now. They're a funny flying pig creature. Father Collard's chambers is through here. I peered inside and sure enough it was milling with new mow. They looked none too friendly. If Thancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quietly and quickly. Let us split up. Nod. I'll find all the ink I can and then come back outside. See you shortly, Sucro. So yeah, we've got Villainous Pneumo. That's what I was thinking too, but I wasn't 100% sure. I was thinking the green robes on the friendly ones and the red robes on the enemy ones were in fact, because that's how it works in Tactics Advanced, but I wasn't completely sure about it. Pneumo Fungi Mancer. Also Potter. I'm not sure what the craft of pottery has to do with shooting air at me with magic. But okay. How does a Fungi Mancer fight? Actually, I mean, I guess so. Okay, the Fungi Mancer casts fire too. You know, actually, quest log, where's... Am I losing my mind? Isn't there like a quest log somewhere? I can just click over here, right? Okay. Journal, it's called a journal. Completed. Endwalker, no. No, I'm trying to look at something. Hold on. Flame spores. That's what I was trying to look at. They're called Fungi Mancers because they're using the mushrooms that the other Pneumo were having us get rid of. Flame spores. I was trying to double check the name of them. Though they don't seem to have many of those growing in the cave. I guess they already picked all of them for use in fire magic. Invisible ink. I don't know, it looks plenty visible to me. Wait, where did I get the first one? Did I pick one up and then not process that I did so? I guess so. Those seem to be the two types of Pneumo enemy. Fungi Mancer and Potter. There's probably like a fate somewhere with another type. Also the pork seeds, of course. They're also there. Doesn't seem like any of those noticed me, though. I'm noticing that the hunt marks for Shadowbringers usually only ask you to kill 2 enemies instead of 3, which is different.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
I'm glad you're safe too. I see you use daggers, or you don't need to worry about me. I'm glad you're safe too.
I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me.
Oof.
Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia.
So you know, huh? You figured that out. Gasp. Yeah, poor Minfilia.
We journeyed to Nabatha together. To the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then...
You know, I designed this as like an annoyed expression, but it seems more like I'm using it more of like a neutral expression when things aren't great at the moment. So I guess that kind of works. I don't know. Poor Minfilia, though.
I'm not sure what happened after that.
I could tell you, if you wanted.
I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all.
Yeah.
It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded.
Yeah, he does that sometimes.
There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence. Though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you. Because I knew that was what she wanted.
That's what Thancred wants, not what she wants.
But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something or bring you to someone or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach.
Whoa, what? Hey, what? What is that? What does that mean? Oh.
What is that?
Good question. What is that? I don't remember that. That's a little concerning. Oh, right. Hey, why?
Why? Why did you imprison us?
I forgot the glitch effects that were here. That's something.
Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered.
Is that
It
good?
is unfair. Unfair.
Surprise.
Come. Come and play with us.
I can't, I don't have the shoes yet. Calm down. Jeez.
It came from the castle.
It's not yet time. We don't have the shoes yet. I already said that.
This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Numo.
What are you gonna do?
I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna do a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, Titania, I'm working on it. Hold your... Amaro? Don't hold the Amaro, they're doing fine over there. I think they mostly want to be left alone. Mercy, Your Majesty, we had no choice. Please forgive us. Oh, it's you. My ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Words and patterns inscribed using this magical ink cannot be seen by the naked eye. Yes, this is the ink, and almost all of it too. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. That's a fantastic line, honestly. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when a living being turns into a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and to be free, play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Ahem, nothing up my sleeve, and voila, may it serve you well. There's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Wedank returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Okay, there's just a billion side quests here. Not any, like, specific, unlockable thing, side quests. One of these Numo is vengeful, though. That seems a little concerning. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron to our people. For that, you have my thanks. Now then, you will be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. I can't shake the feeling that I wonder if I'm saying that word wrong. It's not patronage, is it? Is it both? Is it either? Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. It's both, okay. But on to the matter of the stone scepter. During our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we've decided to entrust their fate to you. Okay, but following the logic of people being given artifacts they can't use or wear, why did the Numo get the scepter? Take it, the stone scepter of the Numo. This makes 3 relics, 1 more and we can arrange a meeting with the warden. Nod. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regards your foe. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed upon one chosen to lead the pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Mheg's founding, arose as ruler of all Fey folk to bring order to our riotous kind. In turn, we Fey folk render our blessing unto nature, unto water, wood, and wind, that our king might be further empowered. Oh, I see. That does make sense, actually. Though they are become a sin-eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear, is there anything else that we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, and none here would blame you for it, you are welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I will next have the chance. We would see that you were comfortable, of course, and do all in our power to make you feel at home. Away! Honestly, if I look away for one moment and every fairy and their uncle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling, mine, do you hear? Not yours and not the Fwat's. And anyone who so much as thinks about trying to seduce her will wish they hadn't. I guess Feoul gets voice acting a little bit more than usual. The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amaro's safekeeping at their settlement, Wolkdorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are unlike those which thou hast heretofore encountered. Owing to a peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have the Fey folk. Nod. Yeah, I know. I met them. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive in Wolkdorf, seek out the largest of the Amaro. His name is Seto, and he is their leader and the bearer of the relic. Determined. Oh, you're still here? Do you perhaps wish to remain with us after all? Now, I guess I could just use one of those Aetheryte tickets that I just got. I love to save 100 gil. This is the least efficient use of an Aetheryte ticket possible in the video game. But I did it anyway. Now, we didn't see Seto when we passed through here. Somehow, I guess somehow I could have just... Somehow I must have just missed Seto. An enormous Amaro slumbers peacefully. Cal, Seto, or Mheg? Seto. I don't know what Cal is supposed to mean. Ardbert? Not quite. No. I'm Sucre, I'm a cat. Oh, forgive me, I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? We need shoes to fight the king. Did I hear you aright? You desire the crystal shoes that you may confront the Light Warden? No, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you are indeed immune to the light's corruption as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly. Return whence you came. While we appreciate your concern, we have no choice in the matter. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friends, let us leave him with his thoughts. Nod. "'Tis harder by far to change the minds of they who mean well than they who mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand. And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hast set foot here. 'Twould behoove you all to learn something of the nature of this community, I think, and there's no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise you will come to understand Seto's reason for refusing us, and I hope gain an insight into how he may yet be persuaded. So I bid you seek out the Amaro and make yourselves known unto them. A gentle touch shall suffice by way of a greeting." Nod. Thancred determined. Minfilia nod. I must pet the birds. They're so fluffy, it's like touching a cloud. It is not often that we are visited by men, much less unglamoured ones. What brings you so far from your own kind? I am here to pet birds. How long has it been since I last felt man's touch? I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was a knight of Verbert, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin Eaters. Though he is long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. Oh, I didn't activate the summoning stone here. You think if you activate that summoning stone, all the nearby Amaro just show up and are like, "What? What do you want? Why did we put this here? Are you one of those treasure hunters? There's nothing left for you here." Ah, that tickles. Enough. I never had a master. I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind, you understand. On the contrary, we Amaro were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of us mindless beasts, but then a mage of Ronka gave us the gift of intelligence, that we might better serve our masters. After that empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, this seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to us, amongst other things. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. I wonder if Ronka is like a reflection of Alec. Except instead of making terrible decisions, they let birds talk, which is cool. What is all the commotion? Did something happen while we slumbered? What's happening? Why am I being patted? It's wonderful. Seldom do we have the chance to enjoy the attentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the Fey folk. But then we are Fey folk too. When we first made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. 'Tis easy to forget sometimes. I wonder where Thancred went. Where'd Thancred go? If indeed Thancred is anywhere. Because we were able to speak to Minfilia. There he is. Despite their seclusion, the Amaro here appear to be quite familiar with men. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amaro, I take it? Nod. Then thou canst not choose but see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. It is out of concern for our welfare, not scorn, that Seto seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. Sucro, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, and it is for thee, I believe, that he worrieth most. Tell him of thy many great deeds. Spoken in earnest, thy words may yet move him to change his mind. You have spoken with my brethren. Then you see it is not out of scorn that I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die, not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us even once fills our hearts with untold sorrow, as my brothers and sisters will readily attest. This is something I must do. What am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fey folk to change. And in order to obtain the other relics, you will have already paid the due price, not more is owed. Why then would you risk all to face our fallen king? That's an interesting way to look at it. To save the world, to keep a promise to my friends, to do what no one else can. For those we've lost, for those we can yet save. What did you say? The very words, could it be mere coincidence? Very well, you may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Sin Eaters have been prowling the area of late. Prove yourself against them, and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There I will lure out the fiends, that you may slay them. I got myself by saying that thing that I said. And also by thinking about it. I will use my voice to lure out the Sin Eaters, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. I still remember the tricks. But come, we begin at your signal. Ready then? Very well. Sure, Sin Eaters. We've usually fought these one at a time up until this point. Fortunately, Sucro is extremely cool and powerful. Oh, 6 Sin Eaters. Fortunately, Sucro is extremely cool and powerful. Forgiven conceit, as well as cowardice. And now forgiven deceit. Oh, I could have interrupted that. Oh well. Not a major problem. I defeated 7 Sin Eaters. You made short work of those creatures, I will not deny it. I've seen enough. Let us return to Wolkdorf. I wonder if the Void, or the world that was previously the Void, had an equivalent of Chocobos in Amaro, and as such, if there are evil Voidsent, like, Chocobos or something, somewhere. I heard a fearsome roar. Is everything alright? Whatever Seto hath in store for thee, I wish thee Godspeed. Urianger tells me you've been busy trying to win Seto over, and I agree that you're the best woman for the job. A silver tongue can only get one so far. By the ease with which you slew those Sin Eaters, I see that you are capable. However, I still require time to think, and if you should be willing, there's a favor I would ask of you. This is not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. Nod. A while ago, I fought Sin Eaters who had wandered into Mheg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was Long Mirror Lake. I'm just gonna also take a little screenshot here. I need to remember to take screenshots so I can find something for the purposes of video thumbnail. We Amaro are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Fwath, but they are more likely to keep my medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I had despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, perhaps you will be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, would you not go and search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, I will accept that it is gone forever. Sandman also has a request. Oh, I beg your pardon. I must have dozed off again. Ever since I turned 300, I find I can barely stay awake. Sandman is my name, and I had something for you. What was it again? Ah, yes, a request. I would have you seek out a young Amaro who has newly arrived in Mheg. But ere I go into the details, tell me, know you the nature of our community, Wolkdorf? It is a place where those of us who have attained intelligence come to live out our days. We Amaro are born mindless beasts, you see, but if we abide among men for a century or so, we may awaken to abilities long lost in our kind, speech not least of all. That those who have awakened might know of Wolkdorf, we asked our new Mo friends to place enchantments on the crystals found throughout Mheg. These crystals call out to our brethren across Norvrund, drawing them hither. However, the aforementioned young Amaro was not prepared for what he found here, that is, Elder-speaking Amaro, and no sooner did I welcome him than he bolted and ran. Though he is wary of us, having served men until recently, I believe he will trust you. Please, will you not find him and persuade him to come here? To help you on your way, he fled to the west of the settlement. I vaguely remember this. Again, I'm not entirely certain when I should pursue entire quest lines. So if there's any sort of quest line I start, and it's a really good one, you're allowed to tell me that much. You find a set of Amaro tracks headed southwest. Judging by the depth of the impressions, the creature was in some haste. You find foliage that has been partially consumed by a large beast. The trail of consumption continues to the west. You find the eaten remains of a fruit, the exposed flesh yet to turn brown. The young Amaro may yet be near. Hello, random encounter enemy that is casually a boss of a dungeon elsewhere. There's more than one of those within the within this region. Titania. Gasp! The young Amaro regards you with wary eyes. It's all right to talk. Sucro looking like straight up at an Amaro because I got too close is kind of silly. You know that I can talk? There was another fellow like me. Do you know him? There's an entire village of them, in fact. Well, now a whole settlement of talking Amaro. Oh wait, what? Is that so? Interesting. That must be the place he wanted to show me. My name is Titania. My master was a traveling merchant. One day I discovered that I could speak. Huh. Well, that's exciting. I wonder what sort of Dragon Quest monsters it may be. I was so happy, and I thought my master would be happy too, but when I spoke to them, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost and abandoned me. Since that day, I've been wandering the land by myself. I'd heard of Mheg and thought it would be nice to see it, but it seems the idea wasn't my own at all. This settlement, Wollickdorf, it sounds like a nice place, but I don't want to live there. I've been alone for a long while. I don't feel comfortable around others anymore, not even other Amaro. I kind of want to continue this one, but at the same time I want to continue the main story. I appreciate you coming to find me, but I won't go back with you. Please tell Sandman that I am sorry. Since I'll have to go back there anyway. Guess who thought she could fly and forgot that she can't? It's fine, I need to go this way regardless. You ever think you ever forget that you can't fly? Because that's what I just did. I guess in the context of this game it makes sense to do that. Perhaps. Maybe. This does not appear to be Seto's medallion. I think it's in this church. I do seem to remember this. I could be wrong. Yep, I was correct, actually. The smart thing to do would be not use these Aetheryte tickets until I need to pay more money. I guess. I suppose. Oh, you're back. Did you manage to track down the young Amaro? I see, I see. Well, if he desires to be alone, we cannot well force him to live here. My apologies for taking your time. Sandman, we have a problem. A new Mo's come over here and they're absolutely livid. They claim that one of us ate their porksy. What? That is most unusual. The new Mo are our good friends. Every one of us knows better than to do such a thing. Everyone except for Titania. That is true. This is true. Titania has but arrived here. He knows not the ways of Mheg. While I would not blame him out of hand, the possibility cannot be ignored. Forgive me, my friend, but will you not help us once more? My thanks. I will have words with all the Amaro of Wolleckdorf to make certain that the culprit is not among us. The culprit is not... God dang it. A certain video game has forever ruined my ability to parse a certain phrase. Or rather, what happens when I do. Meanwhile, please speak with the aggrieved Numo and ask them for their account of the incident. Susamogus. I think I remember this questline being interesting, so I guess I'm continuing it. Also, I forgot where the dab was on my stream deck, so I almost just went... Which is not exactly what you were hoping to redeem, I imagine. Oh, I guess I didn't demonstrate. I can also shoot the gun. I'm sure that button will be useful eventually. What's this? Are the Amaro so cowed that they send a mortal to speak for them? No matter. You will have my account and I will have justice. My porksy was out gathering herbs when it happened. Suddenly I sensed its intense fear. Yeah, that's one way to put it. It then cried to me in my mind that an Amaro was chasing it, and then it was gone. I thought that the Amaro were civilized, that they were our friends. How wrong I was. Unless I receive fitting reparation for this heinous deed, there can no longer be peace between our peoples. Explaining. What? It wasn't an Amaro of Wolleckdorf, but a creature from outside Mheg? Prove it. Bring me this Amaro that's responsible, this Titania, and let us have the truth from him. If he is ignorant as you say, he should still be near the scene of the crime in Verbertenberg. I will go and have words with Sandman while I await your return, but do not take too long. I am not in a patient mood. So hey, this is showing us that Numo are not always super polite, and also the fact that they want like an even payment for a favor, they also want an even payment in exchange for like being wronged. An eye for an eye, as it were. A gift for a gift, but also an eye for an eye. Just in case you didn't think... Just in case you thought that, oh, this is one sort of fae that is not threatening at all ever. Oh, it's you again. Have I seen a porksy, you ask? If you mean the flying pig, then yes, it looked delicious, and it was. Gasp. Did I do something wrong? Well, yes. What? It wasn't a wild animal, but a new most cherished familiar? Oh no, what have I done? by way of reparation. So soon after I refused the offer to live in Wollecdorf, I'm going there to apologize. Well, there's no use delaying it. Let's be on our way. They do have very clear and consistent rules. But something about rules is that you can break them unknowingly. And rules being so clear and consistent means that even breaking them unknowingly is just as bad and just as dangerous. Well, maybe not just as dangerous. Maybe this will go okay in the end, but still. Even rules that you don't know have to be followed. That's Seto. We're not ready for that yet. We're not emotionally prepared to speak to Seto more yet. Maybe. I mean, what? I don't know what's happening. Judging by their dark expression, I take it that's the Porxi's master. So you were right, it wasn't Amaro from outside Mheg. Very well, I will claim reparation from this Titania. My thanks for bringing back Titania. Now we shall be able to clear up the misunderstanding. I'm so sorry I ate your pig. It's just I was dreadfully hungry and it looked so delicious. Porxies are not pigs, I'll have you know. They are our people's favored familiars. We treat them as we would our family. Now I praise you for having the courage to admit your mistake. However, I cannot let this grievance stand without fitting reparation. Such is the way of we no mo. I understand. What would you have of me? Were you a denizen of Wollecdorf, I would take into account the good relations between our peoples and give you a concession. But seeing as you are not, I have no choice but to demand full payment. A life for a life. Hey. There are rules, you don't know them, good luck indeed. And then the Numo is like... See, I told you that would be useful. Can you imagine if this Numo just like pulled out a handgun? Photorealistic handgun out of nowhere. Gasp! Close-up of a bird with a face that you can't read the expression of. A life? You mean I have to die? I want to take responsibility for my actions, but I'm afraid to die. What should I do? You could join the Wollecdorf flock. Ah, indeed. If Titania were to become one of us, he would be afforded a concession. How does that sound, young one? But I've already refused your invitation, and since then I've only caused trouble. In spite of all of this, you would still let me join you? Come now, to be a flock is to look after one another, and there will be times, I'm sure, when you help your fellows as we help you now. Besides, such things are of no consequence beside the joy of welcoming a new member to the flock. Then it's decided. I will hereby demand reparation of Titania as a denizen of Wollecdorf. Bring me these 3 items, a bottle of pristine water, a lump of fine clay, and a fey lamp. By this I will hold the debt settled. They might prove challenging for an Amaro alone to procure, but then you have a capable mortal here to assist. You can count on me. Sucro, always doing more work than she ought to. Well, in this case, I think it's a good thing to do this, but like, with no hesitation immediately, Sucro would say that. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. When all is said and done, I promise to repay your kindness. Nod, smile. Now that Titania is a denizen of Wollecdorf, the 3 items I requested shall suffice by way of reparation. So that's a bottle of pristine water, a lump of fine clay, and a fey lamp. Please help Titania gather these things. Being new to Mheg, I'm not sure where to begin searching for the items. The finest clay may be had from a nearby cliff face. Difficult to reach for men, but an Amaro could easily fly there. Oh, then I'll go and obtain the clay. In the meantime, could I leave the water to you? It's rather tricky to draw it with our talons. Nod. To the northwest of here, you will find a stream fed by a cascade. Its water runs cool and clear and should serve your needs. Here, this should help you to carry the items. Right, let's get to work. After you have the water, please come and meet me in the fields in Verbertenberg. Yeah, I feel like it's probably a good idea in general to just do one of these side quest chains now and then. I think I was right in remembering that this was a pretty interesting one. They do a good job of like expanding the world and like the knowledge of the world and whatnot. We're learning stuff about both the Amaro and the Numo around here. You draw a bottle of pristine water and store it inside the Wern sack. I don't need to do every chain of side quests, but I should do some of them. Basically. And for what it's worth, this is kind of making me want to get every class to 80 just to have an Amaro. Because they're friends. There you are. Did you get the water? Great, I'll put the clay with it in the sack. That leaves us with only the Fey lamp, which I understand is with the pixies. Lida Loran, that's where the pixies live, right? I hope they're willing to give us a lamp. It's time to get pranked. Theme of pranks begins. This pixie says they have lots of lamps. You want a Fey lamp? I've got them. Oh yes, lots and lots. And I'd be happy to part with one for a price. Can't just give it to you for nothing, you know. It wouldn't be fair. So, what do you want for the lamp? Why, what we always want, of course, fun! If you play with us, we'll give you your heart's desire. Teehee, I have a new plaything, or a playmate! Come with me outside the village and we'll have lots of fun together. Uh-oh. In what way will Titania become the most pranked? Or will Suko make the pranks not occur? Ah, there's 3 of them. Which one was it that we spoke with? Don't worry, the echo allows me to see a quest icon. Teehee, we're like triplets, yes? You mortals always have trouble telling us apart, so we're going to make a game of it. In this game, you must guess who's the real Widlore. That's yours truly. Or Widlore? Widlore? You'll get a single hint, and if you answer correctly, I'll give you a Fey lamp whenever you're ready now. First, Widlore. Let me tell you a little secret. I'm not Widlore. No, the third one of us is. Let me just bring out Notepad for a second here. Just in case this gets confusing. First says they're not real, says the third is real. It's gonna be one of those. Second says they're also not real. You think I'm the real Widlore, do you? Well, you couldn't be more wrong. This is probably not gonna be as difficult as I'm concerned it might be. I am the real Widlore. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. God dang it. Why would you throw that reference in there? So what is this? Everyone seems to agree that the third one is real, but what does this mean? And now for the all-important hint. All three of us are notorious liars, so which one of us is the real Widlore? Okay. So it's not the third one. Widlore. So if all of them are wrong, the third one is definitely not Widlore, because the first wait. Okay, they don't have to like contradict each other. The third says they're real, so they're not. The first says they're not real, and the third is real, so the third's definitely not. But the first and second both say that they're not Widlore. But the second one said I couldn't be more wrong about it, so maybe the second one is Widlore? What? Then everything they said was backwards. Oh, this is too confusing. There's one thing I'm sure about, though. When we first spoke with Widlore, it was in a field of flowers. The first pixie didn't smell like flowers at all. Aha! So it's definitely the second one. If you consider that along with the hint, perhaps you can come up with the correct answer. Which one do you think is the real Widlore? It's the second one. Gasp! What? How did you? It was supposed to be hard! And we were so looking forward to seeing you rack your brains. Oh well, a promise is a promise. You guessed correctly, so I will give you a lamp. Huzzah! Now we have everything. Let's hurry back to Wollickdorf. Nod. You're still here? I thought you and your Amaro friend had business in Wollickdorf. We do. I just have to talk to everyone all the time. It's just my nature. I will not use the ticket. I will hoard these tickets until the final boss. Maybe not. I will use them as soon as there's a ridiculous price or something. I think there's a way to like get a whole bunch of Aetheryte tickets, but honestly, not that important, I don't think. So that's a bottle of pristine water, a lump of fine clay, and a fey lamp. Yep, okay. I've handed over the water and the clay. Go on and give them the lamp. I have taken receipt of the pristine water and the fine clay. I'm told the fey lamp is with you. A lamp that glows with the magic of the pixies. Excellent, now I can fashion myself a new porksy. Fashion a new porksy? Just so, it's quite simple really. Make the body using clay and water, imbue it with magic from the lamp, and voila, a porksy is born. I'm well satisfied now. All is forgiven and forgotten. Till next time, friends. Porksies are made of clay? I don't feel so good all of a sudden. In any case, all's well that ends well. I can't thank you both enough. Nod. I'm pleased to have been of service. Now then, Titania, on behalf of all the Amaro of Wollickdorf, I bid you welcome to the flock. I've never been with a flock before, and there's much that I don't know, but I'll try my hardest to live up to expectations. No need to be so stiff, young one. Remember, we are all friends here, brought together by our awakening. In the distant past, our ancestors were given the gift of intelligence through magic. Though that magic has long faded, it wrought a change in our kind that may occasionally manifest in the form of Amaro such as ourselves. We Amaro were created to serve men. Many of us form enduring bonds with our masters and mistresses. However, we live far longer than they do, and thus it is our lot to experience the sorrow of parting. But those of us who are left behind, who are worn down by grief, may yet find solace here in Willickdorf. I have lost full many masters, as has everyone in the flock. I know their pain and they mine. This settlement brings us all together that we might support one another and live in peace. In time, I hope that you will come to think of it as your home. Home. I like the sound of that. Thank you, Sandman, for everything. Smile. Anyway, Sucro, would you like some bread or some money? Friendly greeting, which I guess was more of a goodbye. Birds, assisted. I guess if I needed to teleport back to town and buy supplies really fast, I would just hit return because I have my teleport point set to the Crystarium. And then since we're already on Norvrant, it wouldn't be terribly expensive to go back here. Really, the best occasion for me to use the Aetheryte ticket would to be if I had to leave Norvrant and then return multiple times in succession quickly enough that return was not on cooldown, or was still on cooldown. Ah, you are returned. How fared your search? Golden Medallion. Despite its age and prolonged submersion, this golden medallion still retains its luster.
My medallion! You found it! Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again, when I was young. In those days, I could not speak, but we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure, fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Yup. Time to cry about birds, yeah!
Ardbert, thou sayest?
I know him.
Everyone blamed him for the flood. Him and his comrades. Some few who spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse.
I guess Sucro hasn't told anybody that she can see Ardbert, who's also standing right there.
It was too much to bear. And so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help.
He just like Sucro.
It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least.
Understandable. I'm sure Ardbert knows how you feel.
You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due, perhaps, to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so.
Gasp.
Of course, you are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
This relic is way glowier than the other ones. Why is that? I guess that's fine. It's glass. Glass can be shiny.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
Uh-oh.
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
But yeah, we've learned that Seto was Ardbert's former companion, and evidently our soul has a striking resemblance to his. Whatever that could mean.
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Mheg. At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun. But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Ranjit is immune to Fae shenanigans. Uh-oh.
Ranjit. If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible.
He sure does. He's like a million of that, probably.
If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following.
Step 1, Sucro, go kick ass right now. Nod.
Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers.
Okay, that basically is the idea.
Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
Gasp.
No, Minfilia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
Look, Minfilia, Thancred...
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
Thancred doesn't mean to take it out on you, alright? That is true, she can also directly help Thancred. In a known way. Akhla Ormin. Forgive me, it seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced now. Convinced that you will triumph. Hey, Minfilia was level, like, 73 in that dungeon. And she's an Oracle of Light, not a rogue. There's a difference there. I don't know what it is, but it's there. But I am convinced now. Convinced that you will triumph. To the south, you will find the bridge to Mheg. As the bearer of the 4 relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. She can't equip her job quest or her job crystal. If we're assuming she's a rogue, she can't equip her job crystal because the job quest line is on the source and this is the first, and she cannot travel freely between the 2 points. I think I remember struggling to find out where the actual entrance to this is, but I think it's just over there. It's something like calculator? Thancred, I've learned about math. That's what the book was that she took from Marie-Angé. It's just a giant textbook that says math in it on the cover in like really big font. She's going to know the most math of anyone. Nobody has ever mathed as much as she's going to master numbers. God, I think it'd be really good if they added calculator to the game at some point. It'd be quite interesting, at least. I think I've talked before about my predictions or ideas for future classes in this game. Hello. Who's this mysterious rabbit with a mask and a different hairstyle and hair color? Some sort of reflection of a mysterious rabbit we might know. This is quite an impressive view. I wish that the door had like little indents in it where you would put like little like shoe-shaped indents where you need to insert all the objects. Like a suspiciously dress-shaped hole in the door and stuff like that. I think that would be very funny. The gate has recognized that you bear all 4 relics. The seal is broken. Theo gets the only voice acting, and only like minimum voice acting from me, I guess. All that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania, being bereft of reason and mercy. It is sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it's you. Nod. Yet know this, my adorable sapling. Though we Fey folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. Hey, this is a great view. Just gonna grab that. To take back as much as is taken, to create as much as is destroyed, to give as much as is received. Yeah. In all things, balance must be preserved, and the same will be asked of you. But worry not, come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. The Dancing Plague, now accessible. So hey. Time for a trial. The white dress, the shell crown, the stone scepter, the crystal shoes. Having acquired the 4 Fey relics, through considerable effort, you now stand ready to break the seal over Lehegia and confront the Light Warden of Mheg, the fallen fairy king, Titania. Yet even as you hunt the Sin Eater, you are in turn hunted by the forces of Yulmore, who have thrown all caution to the wind and march resolutely on the fairy kingdom. I don't remember too much about this trial myself, but I was a dancer when I played it. I know that much. Oh yeah, I mentioned the text color thing as a party setting, and also like the icons of the jobs. You can see that the mystery bunny here has a blue name due to being a tank. My name is displayed in the same color as usual because I am Sucro. I am me. I am all of me, as one Shadow Von Hedgehog once said. That is not the case. The song said that for him. Also, I don't think there's a Von Hedgehog anywhere, but there should be. Oh, something I meant to do. After all the interactions with the Amaro, I think I should...
I am at Aldi.
I think I needed to give Boaster a pat on the head. I am at Aldi. Quest objective, appreciate Boaster. Objective complete. Would you believe that /nod doesn't exist as a command? I feel like that should be an alternative to /yes, surely. With all the nodding that one does in this game. When I originally played this trial, I was a dancer. And the person who I used dance partner on specifically thanked me for choosing them at the end of the trial. And that is my most distinct memory of it. They like bowed at me or something like that. I think it was a dragoon. One step forward, 2 steps back? I don't know, maybe. I'm forgetting the significance of that phrase. Because I can only think forward and back and then forward and back and then forward and back and then 1 foot forward instead. And also, I don't know. I don't know a lot of cultural references, I guess. Huh. I definitely think I chose dance partner based on what I thought the highest DPS job available was whenever I had to choose a dance partner. So like either the other DPS in a 4-person party or whichever DPS I remembered to be the most damage. That seems fair, I guess. Ultimately, I don't think it matters too much in that sort of content, and probably only matters a significant degree in Savage. I think that's many people's preferred method for choosing a commendation. Pronouns in their search info, huh? That feels like it would take a lot of research to choose the dance partner, to look at everyone's search info. I don't have pronouns in my search info. My search info just says, I'm a cat and I have anxiety. Maybe I should put them there, but I don't think anyone... I think people would probably default to she, her for a female character most of the time these days. If anyone chose to actually talk to me in that sort of way. I feel like the age of assuming that female characters are played exclusively by guys is to some degree past. The age of assuming that girls aren't real. Or at least anyone who still has that sort of way of thinking probably isn't really worth talking to anyway. Huh. I don't think I have that much situational awareness to like change dance partners based on who's doing the best. Also, I would feel bad about it, probably. Also, for the record, I'm a major supporter of making one's pronouns clear, which is probably clear by the fact that I have a chat bubbles thing which has that functionality. But I just, for some reason, it never really occurred to me to put that in my profile in this game. Possibly because I mostly avoid interacting with people in this game that I don't know. And anyone who would interact with me anyway already knows my pronouns, maybe? I don't know. But it's time for a dancing plague. Hey, wait, did you remove your mask at the last second? Ha! Who goes there? Are you the one who broke the seal? Maybe. Oh wait, no, the mask is still there. Light Warden Titania. What about her dress? It's very fancy. Ah, so much time lost, so much frolicking and feasting left undone. It is very floral. We must make up for it, we must, beginning by playing with you. Hey, this song rules, by the way. Oh. I don't know who wants to main tank here.
Come and play! For the night is bright and you can sleep when you're dead.
Gender soup. This is one of my favorite songs in Shadowbringers for sure. Is that a cone tank buster? Titania calls to the water. I believe we need to stand in this.
When you play with fire. We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest.
The more the merrier. Join us, my children. I forgot to use food buff. It's only slightly important.
Bigger's better.
I don't think they really have aggro to manage right now. Probably. Maybe? I actually don't know.
dance like the leaves on the flowers. This is so much fun! Let's play some more.
Hurrah!
We can play no more.
No, I didn't mean to press that. Okay, good. Spear shake. I forgot I mentioned it was controversial, but yeah, I guess that makes sense that it would be seen as that. But yeah, like, it's very, very notably different, and I love it for that, and also because it's great. Being Mortal is a great name for that super move as well. Also, I can't do that right now. Can I do it? No, okay. I got a commendation. I think healers tend to get the most commendations.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak.
Because, like, I played as a sage for, like, 2 dungeons yesterday, and I got, like, 5 commendations. And then I play as a tank and get, like, 1 or 2 occasionally. It's kind of funny. Hmm? Oh, the 4 relics.
The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose.
Everyone left immediately? Well, yeah, they do that.
For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king.
The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place.
Gasp.
However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do. My adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue.
Hey, you don't know that. Maybe Sucro's secretly immortal. Sucro's too cool and too much of a cat to die.
To sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden. That is the beauty of your kind.
But what if Sucro was immortal, though?
Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
I do appreciate it, though, because I got other stuff to do. It's time for Feoul to power up! Hell yeah. As long as cats exist, so will she.
Kinla, Ilichla, Mheg, Okbra. Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Sounds like a great plan, Feoul. Meanwhile, well, a little while ago, they've used Vanish again.
Confound it! How did they get here so fast?
This didn't work before. Is Ranjit just gonna like punch a pixie in the face?
Pixies and their tricks.
I think he is. Oh, even worse.
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Jesus. I guess, are you...
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
I guess that's one way you could put it. I don't know if wisdom allows you to see invisible pixies. Insight, though.
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
Bloodborne insight lets you see a lot of invisible things. We know that much. Perception? Is that wisdom?
I won't return to Yulmore. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
Sucro is definitely beating up a giant tree right now.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it?
This particular line is making me imagine this scene, like, what if Minfilia had drawn a gun and then held it sideways? And it was just a random callback to the funniest part of 1.0 that I specifically always remember.
No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Alizé does that, yeah.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Fantastic camera angles, and also we're getting a little more of like what is motivating and driving Ranjit. Why is he like this? This is why. He truly believes this. We don't yet know why that is the case, but...
Look! The sky!
She's done it. The Warrior of Darkness has triumphed. General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the Warrior of Darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
Oh. The king has returned, make ready the feasts, they say.
What's happening?
Why this music? Ranjit has definitely trained several oracles, for sure.
Water? That wasn't there before.
That wasn't there before either. Farewell. The night is delightful. Dance we shall, sing we shall. I didn't read something Titania or Beowulf Titania said that was in subtitles either earlier. Surprise. Boop.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it!
Get a hold of yourself. Stop turning into trees. Hey, what's up? Oh, their eyes glow red, huh? Hey, what's up?
General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
Ford, you're turning into a topiary. God. Thank you for the random Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I do know that cultural reference.
All who stand with a Warrior of Darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
What if they just turned Ranjit into a tree right now and that was the end of Ranjit and, like, he never did anything else in the story because he was a tree now? It is kind of funny that his reaction is to just storm off grumpily. Titania Feaul didn't even like get over here fast enough to like personally shoot a gun at anybody. Ta-da! It's me. It's me, parentheses, Sucro, in closed parentheses, a cat. Closed parentheses twice. X-Death 2.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Feaul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
Can you imagine Sucro Fey? That'd be weird.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feaul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory We all of us but wish to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present.
We exist only for the present. The second we turn someone into a tree, we forget they weren't a tree before. Don't worry about it.
We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
All we have to do is convince them that it's really fun to kill the Sin Eaters.
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter.
That's also true.
To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Mheg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
It'll be sad to lose you, or what about our pact? It'll be sad to lose you.
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would your Isnefis.
Fair enough. I understand this concept well, because it's entirely possible that a Blethwizza is but a fragment of a greater eldritch being. A Blethwizza won't tell me if she's a fragment of a greater eldritch being or not. Either way, both would still be a Blethwizza if that were the case. Anyway. What was the button? Edit search comment. I've been inspired. It seems fair to list my pronouns in my search comment. Why not? Can't hurt, at the very least. For some reason, I'd never considered to put those there, even though I put them everywhere else. What's up, everyone? I'm going to train harder. Having seen what you've achieved, it's the least I can do. Well done, my friend. You put me to shame laying low a Light Warden while I struggle to land a blow on a man old enough to be my great-grandsire. It's fine, Thancred. He's very strong and powerful. Seems I was wrong about your friend. Had Feoul not stepped in, you'd be frolicking with the fairies by now. It was pure luck that we managed to hold the Yulmorans at bay long enough for you to succeed. But we've earned some good fortune. And while it is plain we've not seen the last of General Ranjit, I for one am glad to delay our reckoning with him a while longer. Ne'er for a moment did I doubt that thou wouldst triumph over thy foe, yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Mheg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou wert not present to see the Fey folk put the Yulmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. Don't worry, I can see cutscenes from a distance. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove were the mood only to take them. Freebird, Mheg! Yeah! I'm going to delay the further talking to go fly around for a bit. Also, I want to hear the Mheg night music. There it is. What do you mean I can't fly any higher? They don't let you go to the top of the castle. That's so mean of them. Why don't they let you go to the top of the castle? That's fair. I only saw the mysterious rabbit falling from a great height. I didn't really parse where that height must have been from. Oh yeah, I forgot how Ayato less successfully did not make a dynamic entry at some point. Here's a fun feature of G-Pose that I feel is probably underutilized. Hide all. I've done this before. I made several thumbnails just by doing this. But like, you can get a really nice view of an area in this way. The big gate behind me. The music is really nice at nighttime. Ooh. Piano. The piano was hyped for a moment. Oh. Master Otoya. Oh, that would be... If you can make any vista into a painting, this is a great painting to have as well. Ah, good, you can land here. So is this where you fell from? Or was it this gate here? Below that vista. Oh, you're there now. I mean, a mysterious rabbit is there now that's not anybody. Aha, I've dodged your hug. Actually, I had a thought. Hallowed ground! Shit. It was worth a try. You cannot become immune to fall damage with your invulnerability. Why not? It'd be funny if you could. I think they should change it so that my tank invuln can make me immune to fall damage. Just because it'd be kind of funny. It would never be... It's probably because fall damage is coded differently than everything else. Would be my assumption. Okay, that's fair. You might have a point. Yeah, I forget if I already said this because my mind is so easily distracted. But like, I know I mentioned before that when I first played this, I always felt like getting to hear the nighttime music was one of the greatest rewards for like each step of major story progression. And I think that might still be the case. Even though this funny music is happening right now, I feel like just the reveal of what a place looks and sounds like at night is a fantastic reward. And you know, now that I think about it, I'm gonna miss that in Endwalker because I'm pretty sure we're not going to be restoring a time of day to Endwalker zones. I'm sure Endwalker is gonna be fantastic though. Though the battle is over, the war is far from won. Let us fix our gaze upon the road ahead. Oh, I've also just randomly remembered that I was thinking about the other day how I'm not at all sure if my voice that I usually have sounds that different from how it used to be. It probably really doesn't matter and my voice is fine. But I think maybe this just wandered its way back into my brain because I remembered to put my pronouns in my search info just now. Because I was comparing recent Pokemon Green to old Pokemon Green, and I thought I sounded the same. That could also just be my ears. I don't know. Not that it's terribly important. Most likely. Anyway. Another thought I had that is completely unrelated, that I forgot to say, is that if Sucro had become Fae, she would probably just jump around on the boxes in Urianger's house for 5 million years instead of 20 minutes. Thank you. I'm not sure what the very much agreed was in response to, because I wasn't looking at the chat at the moment that was said. But thank you. I think my voice is a bit different than it used to be, at least. Ah, the darkness themes. Right, yes. Imagine a reality where Sucro had become king of the Fae and then just like harassed Urianger for the rest of time. Now I can sit in every box at the same time, Sucro would say. Cackling. Doing a flip for no reason. Cats may already be Fae creatures to some extent, if you really think about it. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm just running in circles around Thancred. I don't think he appreciates this very much, but he is trying to follow my movements and not doing a very good job. Anyway. The wheel turns. Oh no, not the wheel of time, or the wheel of crime. Or one of those. I knew you could do it, not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. Given how often I dunk on Thancred, I don't know if that's what it represents. And also, Sucro is not a bunny, mysterious or otherwise. I think Thancred's cool. It's just funny to dunk on Thancred. With the Warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going together, needless to say. To the bitter end, the fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Nod. Nod at the same time that my food buff dissipates into the ether. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fae folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Yulmore's attentions, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say that I've had a bellyful of ill Mheg. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. Alphino did a reaction. I imagine some Mikote might do that, but I don't think Sucro would have that sort of cat behavior. Largely because I would be personally uncomfortable with that, I think. Now, Sucro rubbing her face against all of the books that she owns, on the other hand, 100% absolutely. Sucro loves books. And that seems funny to me, for her to do that. Yeah, that's how you absorb more of the knowledge, exactly. Perhaps part of the reason that Sucro has so many books scattered about haphazardly on her floor is that sometimes she just rolls around on the floor in the books. That's more of a dog-like action than a cat-like action. She probably thought it would be funny and then tried it once, and then even though nobody saw her, was very embarrassed about it and never did it again. Either that, or she like thought about it and then never did it because she was embarrassed before even trying it. It's quite a mental image, I guess. I see nothing out of the ordinary. The city appeareth unchanged from when last I visited. There is the self-same comforting hum of activity in the air. Though we've spent most of our time on the road, Minfilia and I actually have apartments here. Perhaps now we may finally make use of them. Are you saying there is housing in the Crystarium, but they won't give it to us? Bankred? Bankred, how many books does your apartment have in it? I want to see Thancred's apartment because I bet it's funny. All seems well, thank goodness. I also want to see Minfilia's apartment because I bet it's got like 5,000 plushies in it and it's adorable. Also she seems to like books, so it's probably also got books. Sucro is running in circles because she's thinking about books. Sucro is turning rapidly. Sucro, calm down. Okay. You can't just tell me Thancred and Minfilia have apartments and then not show me what they look like. I want to see how funny Thancred's is and how adorable Minfilia's plushie collection is. That she definitely has. Also her books. Gotta read the books.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
That would be concerning. A full party cushion set. I've only got a light party cushion set. Minfilia's apartment, a reflection of Sucro's apartment. Against all odds. That would be funny.
Yes. Yulmore was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
Oh.
Clown!
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
Clown!
Clown detected. Fire at will. No. Don't actually fire at will. But it's funny though. Hello. Finally interacting with us, are we?
And you are...
None of us know who this is, but still.
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page.
Oh. It's entirely possible Sucro would recognize this guy, because she does like history. Though she won't in character in the game itself. Like, in character in Sucro headcanon. She might, in fact, recognize this guy immediately.
Though by rights, its youth should long since have faded.
And that is true, the Emperor did do that. And it was funny.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations.
I don't think we knew that exact detail. Or maybe not.
As for my true identity... I am Emmett Selk. Ascian.
We've heard the name Emmett Selk. It was very implied that Solus was Emmett Selk, but now we have 100% confirmation that Solus is in fact Emmett Selk. Also cool mask, I guess. It is kind of cool. Oh, you think he meant Aleg as well? I can't see through this.
Gaia spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
I made that I can't see through this joke without noticing that it was also brought up. I can see now.
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle?
Emmett, it's just clouds right now. I get the feeling this cutscene could happen in a variety of different weather conditions, but this is probably the funniest possible one. Equal in rank to La Habrea is kind of a dunk. Also, yes. Committing to the bit is like Emmett Selk's entire... His bit is committing to the bit somehow. Somehow he's done this. I'm going to say that this long pause that I'm doing to laugh at how he's just gesturing at a very vaguely cloudy sky is actually happening in reality. Like, he's actually just standing here like this, and everyone is completely dumbfounded by this for like 5 minutes. And he never lowers his arms.
Oh, it is truly, deeply... infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
No. Honestly. Whoever animated Emmett should get,
Following
like,
the flood, the
a
first had been
raise.
lifting ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink.
Yeah.
And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met.
Yeah, and?
But you had to come and ruin it all.
I feel like this picture of Emmett Selk here has underused and underrated reaction image potential. This is like that meme of the guy pointing at the screen when you recognize something, but like parentheses derogatory version of it.
Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters!
I also like how he's just yelling this in the center of town. Also, yeah. God. And Sucro is a cat as well. Well, that's a perfect thing to put together at some point. Thank you for the perfect meme. Maybe I can manage to do that. I don't know.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased.
Urianger, 5 feet to the left. I am most pleased.
As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone.
Emphasis on the furiously there.
Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habrea did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation.
Jolly cooperation? Or just regular?
I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
What?
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive.
We know a bit about your motive, actually.
A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground?
Conveniently, nobody is around to see this or hear this.
I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Yeah, we've all got this color scheme. I guess I match Emmett Selk too, huh? Well, that was... How did I accidentally make literally the perfect armor for this? I mean, I'm getting the... Since I matched so many other color schemes, it's clear that the color schemes of everyone else match probably more on purpose. But I accidentally also match, which is fantastic. Who else does my armor color match? Also, to the responsive, what are you going to do? Just shoot him? It's not working. It didn't work. Oh well. Oh yeah, it does also match Ardbert. You're kind of right about that. Literally everybody has this color scheme, I guess. I'm glad I installed the gun button. What did you think a card would do, Urianger?
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright.
Oh, I guess you were probably dismissing the illusion that was, probably, actually.
If I may offer thee counsel, however.
Yeah.
To make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions.
What if the card hit him and, like, stuck in his forehead like the Hildebrand card bit? Actually, that would be very gruesome considering the eye is there. It would have to be, like, slightly to the side of that, I guess.
Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted.
Okay, bye.
I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
Well. That'd be good too, yeah. I feel like the way that we're standing right now, we've arranged ourselves in like a color spectrum even. Alphino with blue, black, and white over there, then Urianger with just black, then Alizé with like red and white, and then Thancred and Minfilia with white, and also Sucro here in the middle with all of the colors except for blue, unless you count the sword, which is not the same blue as Alphino. Also no white, I guess. And also this rabbit's here, I guess. This unlucky rabbit. And there's some random cat boy. Yeah, that hand wave. We might be seeing that again later. Finding common ground with an Ascian. My entire being rebels at the very notion. That an Ascian of Emmett Selk's standing should willingly reveal himself unto us, and at this of all junctures, is most interesting. He appears to be gone, but I won't be lowering my guard just yet. Sucro is a lot more red than anyone else, which in its own way I feel like also matches the rest of the outfits, because a lot of people have like a color that most of their outfit is, to varying degrees. So Sucro gets to be the most red one. Yeah. So that was an Ascian. Thancred told me about them. Cooperation? He can't be serious. Can he? Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Sucro. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Right, that's where the Ethernet chart is. It's going to be continuously baffling me to me for the entirety of Shadowbringers how I managed to make literally the perfect outfit for Shadowbringers. You will find refreshments laid out in your quarters. We hope they are to your liking. Will you be retiring now? Sure. Very good, miss. I bid you a pleasant evening. You have acquired sandwiches! The crafted stuff for 6.4 is very cool. I like it a lot. Might be worth using that for Endwalker if I can afford it by then. Ah, sigh of relief. Possibly. Sandwiches detected. That's so many sandwiches. Handwritten missive. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it?
Oh, hello.
With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You'll probably think you're talking to yourself.
That's true, someone could craft, but I don't need that for... I won't be needing that for a while. I'm not level 90 yet. And like, even when I am level 90, I'm not gonna need the highest level gear possible right away. But we'll see. And I wouldn't want someone to craft me stuff without giving them anything in return. Perhaps I'm a little fey in my own nature in that way, or something. That was a scrambled sentence, but you get the idea. Ardbert stares at sandwiches.
Keeping you well fed.
This is also kind of funny, just like Ardbert grumpily staring at sandwiches. Do you want one?
Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort.
I don't know if you can eat a sandwich, Ardbert, but you're welcome to try.
But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around.
Oh. We didn't know that information yet. In fact, I think I speculated that he probably was around back then, but I guess not.
A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about.
Ah, saw that, did you? Makes sense.
When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining.
I guess from the Ascian's point of view, that is technically true. Maybe I'm not supposed to know that, I don't know. I was also on the moon! Are you gonna explain that part?
Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making.
I was also on the moon, says Ardbert, and then refuses to explain further.
They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
Not everything. Tell me about Seto, or you're putting me off my dinner. Wow. Tell me about Seto.
What? What about Seto? What is there to say?
Yeah, it is funny how it does that.
All right.
Anyway, time to cry about birds more, probably.
He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him.
Ardbert's smiling. Aw. Zuko's also smiling. Wait, what?
What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
Zuko and Ardbert are becoming friends. Would you like to hear about Boaster? And how he needs onions to surpass his limits? Something on Discord? Oh. You threw that together really quickly, huh? The sandwiches are gone. Ardbert probably ate most of them. Realpolitik. I am assuming that you created this. Let me throw this on screen for a moment. Thank you for this. Thank you. You did well. Very good. That was very fast, too. You have more image editing power than you know. I probably would have spent multiple hours on making that very fancy instead. Oh, I guess I have to Oh. Good day to you, miss. I do hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the ocular. He asks that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. Convenient convening. Well, I would love to continue the story. It has been 6 hours, 1 minute, and 35 seconds of being live. And then 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 7 seconds of recording. Oh, right. I was using Explore Adventures, so they're not here yet. So it's probably for the best to, yeah, this is like a good stopping point. For sure. As much as I would love to continue. So it's probably a reasonable time to, call it for now. And so, Sucro, sit. Very politely. Double nap. Did I ever complain about how back in the day this was the only Mikote doze pose? You were not allowed to actually sleep because you had to, like, lay on your bed in that weird way. But now you're allowed to sleep. Sucro, take a nap. Maybe taking a nap in her armor isn't the most comfortable thing, but who knows. So anyway, thank you all for watching. I think I sleep in a similar way sometimes. Not exactly the same, but somewhat similar. Thank you all for watching. This has been Shadowbringers, part 4? It's in the title. I think it's 4. On Monday, surprise fun fact, Pokemon Green has been completely fixed and is completely playable thanks to good friend Tam. So we might return to Pokemon Green on Monday. And Tam is very powerful. And Wednesday and Friday, hopefully, would be a continuation of this, as you might expect. I need to double check the calendar. Okay, we've got a while. At some point, I would like to complete the rest of PSO2 NGS that currently exists, because on the 7th of next month, that will begin episode 2, whatever that means. We don't quite know yet what that means. They might be telling us what that means in a few days. And also, I will be playing Street Fighter 6 World Tour. And also, I guess I should also finish Pokemon Fusion at one point. Oh no! I've done the thing where I'm doing too many things at once again. Ah! But anyway, thank you all for watching. It would be very helpful if any of you would consider the famous online interaction verbs of follow and subscribe. I need more subscribers to get subscriber points to have funny emotes that you could use, I guess. That's the only thing that I have to incentivize that. I suppose. But you don't have to worry about it too much. And if you would like to see any other links where you can find me elsewhere on the internet, you can go to borealrobin.card.co. And with all of that out of the way, and a reminder to myself that I should probably advertise all of this in the middle of streams as well, in the future. Yeah. I hope the rest of your night and the rest of your week and whatnot goes well. And I will see you all at a later time. Sometime in the future. Almost certainly Monday, but possibly before then. Who can say? Farewell, everyone.